that both your presidential candidates and your VP is stable, emotional, and logistically sound. In particular, if former President Trump was to win, he will be the oldest inaugurated president at 78 years old. So it's critical to look at J.D. Vance in terms of how he will handle this crisis.
Right, as next in line because of his age. That's interesting. Also, Alfonso, I'm curious about a couple of things here. We know that earlier today, Donald Trump said that if this conflict was preventable in his mind. He went on to say it never would have happened if he was president. And as you're nodding your head yes here, the thing is, it has happened. This is where we're at, and we are hearing from Republicans right now, and they want a pretty serious response here. Mitch McConnell would like the Biden administration to replenish Israel's supply of critical munitions. Senator Lindsey Graham going really far, urging the Biden administration to coordinate an overwhelming response with Israel, starting with Iran's ability to refine oil. How do you anticipate J.D. Vance taking on some of these questions tonight in this debate?
Well, obviously, we believe in supporting our key ally in the region, Israel. But at the same time, we have to recognize that this is happening because of weak leadership towards Iran. We have been weak on Iran, and we're closer. This is spiraling out of control, and we're closer to a third world war, as President Trump says, because of the naivete of this administration. They were weak in lifting sanctions on Iran. Iran was able to sell oil, making money, a lot of money off of it, and providing funding to their proxies, to Hamas and to Hezbollah. That led to the attack back in October of Hamas into Israel territory. And that's where we're at right now. So I think that J.D. Vance needs to show that he's going to be that Donald Trump and the Trump-Vance administration is going to be a strong administration of strong leadership that is going to support Israel, but at the same time will not continue to be weak on Iran. Will continue to put pressure on Iran. We will go back to the maximum pressure policies toward Iran that prevented this type of things from happening.
And that's the exact comments that we're hearing from House GOP leadership. The world needs America to return to maximum pressure campaign against Iran. So, Stephanie, do you feel like Tim Walz can be confident when he is delivering his answers in terms of leadership on the national scale here, what it's looked like in the Biden-Harris administration and what it potentially could look like under a Harris-Walz administration?
And I think Walz will be able to show not just national leadership, but international leadership. I think Vice President Harris today was amazing. She was firm. She was strong. She had to go up against the lies that are being told about her and this administration about their support for Israel. And she did that. It's just mind-boggling to me, though, to listen to all of the Republican talking heads that have come on your station and others talking about all of these innovative ways that they would go in hard to support Israel when every chance they get to support the people at home, they find ways to obstruct. When it was time to secure the border, they listened to Donald Trump and tabled the bill. When it was time to deal with the healthcare crisis in our country, we have a concept of a plan. When it's time to deal with the kids in our classroom being killed, we have thoughts and prayers. It's just a little tired and, quite ridiculous to me that they want to be so forthright and hard when it comes to Iran when they are tabling significant issues at home.
And Roma, I'm also curious as to your thoughts here on J.D. Vance. He's been in the headlines a few times for some controversial comments. He said a few things that have shaped Trump's campaign and the messaging there in a bit of a negative light. And we know, right, that the first role of a vice president is to do no harm. How do you think that he will focus in on some of that and perhaps make an effort to increase his favorability rating, which is pretty low right now?
Well, JD has done a great job of being what the vice president's job is, which is be the top surrogate for the presidential candidate and the soon-to-be president. He's going out there every single day. He's talking to the American people, boots on the ground, asking them what they need help with in their community that they're not getting right now from the Biden-Harris administration. Number one is the economy. Number two is immigration. The list goes on, but those issues really speak for themselves. You know, we've had a 75%, increase in criminally convicted illegal immigrants that are not being deported with this administration. The numbers that came out earlier this week about 600,000 plus illegal immigrants with a criminal conviction coming into the country is not something that anyone should be surprised about when they've seen 10 million illegals come over the border. Of course, some of those are going to be criminally convicted people. So all of those things are going to be front and center on the stage tonight. Policy is first, and that's exactly what JD is going to focus on.
We certainly have a lot to learn from these two candidates, Roma, Stephanie, Alfonso, and Mike. Our thanks to all of you. We'll, of course, have full team coverage of the CBS News presidential debate between Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance starting tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on ABC News Live. Coming up next, we have more breaking details on the missile attack today in Israel as tensions soar in the Middle East.
Partner. We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close out a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Everything you need to know is right here on GMA 3. And this week, we're hanging with Peter Krause, Courtney B. Vance, and Cyndi Lauper on ABC's GMA 3.
I'm Faith Abube in western North Carolina, reporting on the deadly historic flooding in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Ismail? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
We're, of course, tracking the latest out of the Middle East after Israel says it will have a significant response following Iran's massive missile attack on the country. A senior U.S. official telling ABC News that 220 missiles were fired in 2 separate waves, all within about a 30-minute period with just a brief pause in between. President Biden addressing the attack earlier, calling it defeated and ineffective, and to make no mistake about U.S. support for Israel. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirming responsibility, saying it targeted military bases around Tel Aviv, adding the attack was retaliation for recent assassinations carried out by Israel, targeting leaders of Iranian proxy groups. And coming up next, we have more coverage of our countdown to the vice presidential debate. What to watch for as candidates J.D. Vance and Tim Walz go head-to-head for the first time.
SoCal Tower, it's some kind of insect. That's a beast. Oh, yeah!
That plane's coming right at us.
Mayday! Mayday!
Thursday, brace yourself. The riveting 911 3-part season premiere event continues.
Athena's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it.
Of course she is.
Hold on!
911, the 3-part season premiere event continues Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Tonight, with just weeks to go until Election Day, watch the vice presidential debate live on ABC. The night starts with the ABC News special, The Race for the White House, with David Muir and the ABC News political team. Tonight on ABC.
I love this version of me.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from the path of Hurricane Helene in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm Mike Ajachi. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Tonight, the first and only vice presidential debate as war breaks out in the Middle East. Breaking news as we come on the air after Iran launched hundreds of missiles into Israel following the IDF's attack on Hezbollah. The Biden administration confirms the U.S. did intercept some of those missiles as the UN Security Council announces it will be meeting just hours from now to address the escalation as Israeli officials warn that they will have a, quote, significant response to Iran's attack. Our team is fanned out on the ground covering every angle of this tonight. Plus,
we believe in the United States of America, and we believe in the conservative movement.
When we fight,
the worsening situation in the Middle East is sure to be a major part of tonight's face-off between vice presidential candidates Tim Walz and J.D. Vance, with either candidate likely to inherit an ongoing crisis, as both prepare to reintroduce themselves to millions of American voters tuning in coast to coast with Election Day just 35 days from now. This is a special edition of ABC News Live Prime, and it starts right now. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're following breaking news tonight on several fronts. Overseas, we're tracking the fallout after Iran fired several hundred ballistic missiles toward Israel in response to Israel killing Hezbollah's longtime leader just days ago. Sirens wailing in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Israel and the U.S. were able to intercept many of the missiles, and we are not getting reports of serious damage around Tel Aviv tonight. Here at home, we are tracking the fallout from Hurricane Helene, the death toll rising in desperation for relief, the impact a massive port strike could have on just about the cost of everything. And, of course, happening tonight, the vice presidential debate, the economy, the devastating storm, and the breaking developments in the Middle East will likely all loom large. President Biden and Vice President Harris in the Situation Room today monitoring Iran's attack. A local resident capturing the moment one of the waves of ballistic missiles rained down on a military base in Israel's south. Multiple bases were hit. Our team in the region is standing by with where the conflict goes from here and late reports of new strikes in Beirut. Here at home to cover those major stories, including the vice presidential debate. But we begin with our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, in Tel Aviv.
Tonight, Israel vowing to strike back after that massive Iranian air assault over major cities, the largest ballistic missile attack on Israel ever. A local resident capturing the moment one of those waves of ballistic missiles rained down on a military base in Israel's south. Multiple bases hit. CCTV showing this missile strike. A senior U.S. official saying Iran fired more than 200 missiles toward Israel. Sirens wailing, interceptors picking off some missiles, explosions lighting up the night sky. Terrified residents taking cover in shelters, these drivers finding safety in a tunnel. Shopkeepers hunkering down. Our team in the middle of the barrage.
Sirens going off again. We're just about to run inside, but this is another round of rockets or missiles coming in at this point. You can see people running, their soldiers with guns. Downstairs, you can see them armed.
Most of those missiles shot down by Israel's triple-layered air defense system, and some by the U.S. military. 2 U.S. destroyers deployed in the Mediterranean, firing a dozen interceptors. Iran reportedly targeting 3 air bases and the Mossad intelligence headquarters near Tel Aviv. We saw the massive crater left behind near the Mossad headquarters.
The blast radius here is about 200 meters. You can see what it did to that car. The missile essentially disintegrating on impact here, and the crater it left behind is about 30 feet deep.
At least 1 Palestinian killed in the West Bank, several injured with damage assessments still underway tonight. A rocket falling on this elementary school in Gedera, west of Jerusalem, and the remains of this bus-sized missile found in the West Bank. As Iran's missile attack unfolded, a separate deadly shooting outside a Tel Aviv rail station. There, terrorists opening fire, killing at least 7, wounding 8 more, according to local officials. Meantime, this massive Iranian attack tonight raising fears of a wider war across the Middle East. Just hours earlier, Israel launching a ground operation inside southern Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah infrastructure like the tunnels seen in these IDF videos in villages close to the border. Tonight, Iran claiming their attack is retaliation for Israel's decimation of Hezbollah in Lebanon, killing leader Hassan Nasrallah, and the destruction in Gaza, as well as the assassination of Hamas political leader in Tehran. President Biden saying the U.S. fully supports Israel.
At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective.
And Matt Gutman joins us now from Tel Aviv. Matt, what is Israel saying about a possible response to this latest attack?
Just a short time ago, Lindsay, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu went on national television to say that Iran has made a, quote, big mistake and will pay for it. But I'm told most likely not tonight. After that last missile strike in April, Israel targeted a single Iranian radar installation. This time, Israel is broadcasting a much more fearsome response with pressure mounting on the Israeli government to hit targets, including Iranian oil infrastructure, Lindsay.
All right, Matt Gutman, thank you so much. And now we're joined by ABC's Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz. And Martha, how involved was the U.S. in Israel's defense today?
In every way they possibly could be, but they had 2 destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean, and they fired intercepts. They intercepted at least several missiles. They fired at 12, and that's that kind of bullet-on-bullet, very precision strikes if they can do it. But the Pentagon saying that they would do anything in this case, certainly, to help Israel defend itself.
What is the U.S. saying about just how concerned they are about this potentially escalating into a wider war?
There has always been concern. Over these last months, there has been concern that this will escalate. And certainly after those pagers were exploding in Lebanon, there was concern, what does Israel do next? What does Israel do next? But tonight, I think there is a sense that this is different. This is different. This was a massive missile strike. Looking at those images of Matt over there, and, you know, I just returned, and seeing those impact sites, had they hit anything, I think there would be even greater concern. I think there is a hope among the U.S. officials and among and with the administration that it will be tamped down somewhat because there was no major damage, because there were no major injuries. But boy, if some of those missiles had hit a little bit in a different direction, I think we would have a very different conversation. And in the end, the U.S. officials don't really know how Israel is going to respond. You heard Benjamin Netanyahu. Does he decide that he's really on a roll, that he can really take things out in Iran? Now that he's almost taken care of Hezbollah, we'll have to see.
And as far as Israel, you think it's on the table for them to strike Iran's nuclear sites?
I have no idea. I mean, they certainly could. If they wanted to take out those nuclear sites, they could, but that would be a real escalation. I think that would really change the calculus. But I think more likely going after energy, or as Matt said, there are calls to go after oil. That is a decision that really Benjamin Netanyahu will be making.
All right, well, we'll be finding out in the coming days. Martha Raddatz, always great to have you with us. Thank you. And now to our Ian panel, who is joining us now live from Beirut. Ian, we understand that there have been incoming airstrikes there. We do know that the IDF is currently striking Hezbollah targets. What are you seeing?
Yeah, that's right. And I think it's important for viewers to remember we've been focusing just for the last few hours upon these multiple strikes, more than 200 strikes, into Israel from Iran. Well, Lebanon has seen thousands of strikes over the last couple of weeks. We've had almost 1 million people displaced, more than 1,600 killed, including civilians, more than 200 women, and over 100 children. So I think for many other people in the region, of course, they're watching what's happening in Israel, but they're also very focused on what's happening in their own backyard. Yes, we've been hearing the sound of more explosions, more targeting. I can hear the sound of possibly jets in the sky again tonight. And this has been going on day and night for the last couple of weeks. And what happens is the Israeli Defense Forces issue an alert to residents in a specific area. They name the area and tell them basically to leave their homes immediately. And sometimes these warnings come out in the middle of the night. I mean, it's just gone 2 a.m. here, and often those notices will come out when many people are sleeping. Sometimes they're getting telephone messages in Arabic, but clearly coming from Israel. Sometimes they're coming on radio. There are a lot of scared people here, a lot of questions, a lot of doubts, and not everyone in Lebanon supports Hezbollah. Many people are angry with Hezbollah about dragging Lebanon into yet another war, but I think there's also a united sense of anger with Israel about what it's done to the country in terms of bombardment. Parts of southern Beirut behind me all looks peaceful. You see the twinkling lights at this time of night, but parts of it are starting to look like parts of Gaza. And I think that's deeply disturbing, not just to people in Lebanon, but certainly throughout large parts of the Middle East, especially this so-called sheer crescent. You know, there's a direct line, they call it the sheer crescent, that you can draw from Iran over here, goes through Iraq, goes through Syria, and comes down into Lebanon. And it's a sphere of influence that Iran extends across the sheer part of the Middle East.
Ian, panel, our thanks to you, and we appreciate you making that distinction because, yes, behind you all looks well, but clearly that is not the case throughout much of the country there. For more now, we're joined by retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. What was your reaction as you started seeing missiles from Iran go into Israel today?
Yeah, Lindsay, I think what was most impressive was the number of missiles that were simultaneously impacting. If you think back to the April attack when Iran launched a similar attack on Israel, and 99% of all the incoming rounds were knocked down. The Iranians learned from that, and they said, well, we have to overwhelm the Israeli defenses. And I think that's what we saw. I mean, the amazing videos that we're seeing here where you're seeing almost 10, 20 impacts almost simultaneously. That would have overwhelmed any of the best integrated air and missile defense systems, even if they were U.S. So the Iranians learned from their April attack, and I think that we're going to see more damage than the Israelis are letting on to as of yet.
Best case scenario, what happens next, and also worst case scenario?
Yeah, it's certainly up for grabs. The Israelis have been very, very clear with the White House and now publicly that they're going to go after economic targets. So in Iran, economic means oil, because about 40% of the revenues that the government uses are derived from oil exports. So there are some very vulnerable places like Karg Island, which is a transshipment point up in the northern Persian Gulf. If the Israelis took that out, 90% of what the Iranians depend on for revenues with exported oil goes away, and that very quickly brings a large part of the Iranian economy down to its knees. But I think what's going to have to happen at some point is Israel sees the Iranian nuclear threat as an existential threat. If they're going to go in and go after economic targets or go after Khamenei, maybe go after the leadership of the regime, it's hard to imagine that they would not go after some of those nuclear sites where the Iranians are trying to build a nuclear weapon that they say that they will use against Israel at some point in the future. Worst case would be if the Iranians said, okay, if you're going to do that to us, we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. So the Strait of Hormuz is that very small 22-mile channel down at the bottom of the tip of Oman and the bottom of Iran. So about 20% of the oil, of the world's oil, goes through that strait. So the Iranians, because they're right there at Bandar Abbas, have the ability to close that off, at least for some time. If that happens, watch out with oil markets, global markets, which it'll affect people here at home quite quickly if the oil that comes out of the Persian Gulf gets shut down. So that would draw the U.S. into a conflict. So best case, it stays isolated in Iran, and there's a payback of some sort, and everybody puts their weapons down at that point. Worst case, it turns into something more where the Iranians turn it into an international incident that requires pulling the U.S. in.
Lots of concern there. Steve Ganyard, always appreciate your time and insight. Thank you. The escalation in the Middle East is certainly casting a shadow over tonight's vice presidential debate. In less than 2 hours, Senator J.D. Vance and Governor Tim Walz will meet on the stage in New York. This moment is critical for both men in this race for the White House, as we are now just 35 days away from the election. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest.
As Iranian missiles rain down on Israel, Vice President Kamala Harris in the Situation Room by the president's side, monitoring the events unfolding in real time. The vice president then coming before cameras.
My commitment to the security of Israel is unwavering, and we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior and hold them accountable.
In Wisconsin, former President Donald Trump blaming the escalation in the Middle East on the Biden-Harris administration.
I've been talking about World War III for a long time, and I don't want to make predictions because the predictions always come true. We're not going to make, but they are very close to global catastrophe.
Trump says if he wins, he'll bring, quote, peace in the world, but he hasn't explained how. Tonight, his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, will likely face that question when he squares off against Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, in their one and only debate. Vance arriving in New York Monday. He's been preparing extensively, doing mock debates with Republican Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota in the role of Walz. Governor Walz, meanwhile, heading to New York today with a double thumbs up.
Governor, how do you feel this morning?
Walz has been doing mock debates, too, with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg playing Vance. But his campaign also trying to lower expectations. Sources telling us Walz warned Harris during the vetting process that he's, quote, a bad debater.
And Mary Bruce joins us now live on set. And Mary, the conventional wisdom here is that vice presidential debates don't really move the needle. But why is this one different?
This one is different because this race is simply so close. I mean, look no further than the 538 averages of the battleground polling in those key states. It is razor thin across the board. Check this out. In Michigan, Harris is up 1.9. Wisconsin up 1.6. In must-win Pennsylvania, she's up by just 0.6. Then those Sun Belt states, Harris is up by 1 in Nevada. Trump leading by less than a point in North Carolina. Trump up 1.3 in Georgia and 1.5 in Arizona. And that is why their performances tonight, this debate really does matter. Because if they can do something to even move the needle just a little bit in these critical states, Lindsay, it could make all the difference.
Well, we will be watching, and if anybody can hear that errant noise, they're getting the set ready, then I'll be joining you on in just a little bit. Mary, we'll see you then. Thank you. For more on the fast-developing situation in the Middle East and the debate tonight between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, we're joined now by Republican Alabama Senator Katie Britt. Senator, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me, Lindsay. I appreciate it.
Let's start with Iran's missile attack into Israel. It's been reported the U.S. helped take down Iranian missiles, and there's no direct damage reported in Tel Aviv at this time. President Biden today said that the U.S. is fully supportive of Israel. As we wait to learn more, what do you think of the response right now from the U.S. government to this latest attack today?
Look, we have to stand firmly with Israel. We have to do that not only with our words, but with our actions. I just saw the clip that you played with Vice President Harris saying that she unequivocally stands with Israel. Her actions have been very different. When Netanyahu was here to speak in front of a joint session of Congress just a few weeks ago in the midst of the turmoil in the Middle East, she chose to be at another event, an event that she could have been at that lasted 3 to 5 days. She could have picked another time slot, but she didn't. She went to that, and she actually turned her back on Netanyahu. When we're looking at what's happening in the Middle East, look, this administration has to take responsibility. We saw the picture that you just posted of Kamala Harris in the Situation Room there with Joe Biden, and the truth is they have chosen to move off of a maximum pressure strategy that President Trump had, one that was very successful. You even had the New York Times, reporting during President Trump's tenure that Hezbollah and Hamas were almost bankrupt because he used maximum pressure. He used every tool in his toolbox. He used sanctions to dry them up financially. And then what happens? Biden and Harris come in. They ease off of those sanctions. They allow them to start producing oil. And we know what happens when they have more money. They fund nuclear proliferation and they fund terrorism. So when we take a look at what is happening here, this administration must stand up and certainly do so better than they have done over the last 2.5 years, because that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, Lindsay, unfortunately sent shockwaves across the world, shockwaves that we are dealing with right now today. And I am praying for the people of Israel and the innocent people of the region. We must stand firmly with them, and that's what I plan to do in the United States Senate. And I know that that's what President Trump and J.D. Vance will do every day that they're in office.
Former President Trump has said that if he's elected, he would solve the crisis in the Middle East and bring about, quote, peace in the world. But he hasn't said how he would do that. Do you think that he owes the voters a concrete explanation of what he'd do exactly?
Look, they have a concrete explanation. It's his actions prior to. When he was in office, we think about this. We got in no new wars under President Trump's administration. You see when Putin invaded Ukraine, he invaded under Obama, Biden, and Biden-Harris. When you look at what happened with President Trump with regards to the Abraham Accords, there was actually sustainable peace in the Middle East. That's something we should be building off of. People said when he moved the embassy to Jerusalem, obviously firmly standing with Israel, that couldn't be done. He did it, and there is opportunity to continue to grow that. So he'll go right back to the playbook he had before. He will go put those sanctions back on Iran. He will dry them up financially, and as a result, there will be peace, more peace across the country and across the globe. Look, he actually understands peace through strength, and the plan that he has is the action he took before. He's done it before. He will do it again. People are sick of the chaos of the last 3.5 years over Biden and Harris, and they're ready for a more stable global economy, and they're ready certainly for safety and security, not just abroad, but here at home. People are yearning for that, Lindsay. You're going to see that tonight on the stage. You're going to see a very stark contrast between the Harris and Walz campaign and what Trump and Vance are offering, and I'm excited for the American people to actually get to see these policy differences debated tonight, and I know JD will do an excellent job.
As you know, former President Trump is speaking right now, and just a few moments ago, he said that if he were president again, he would blow Iran to smithereens. Just want to get your reaction to that.
Look, I think there is a reason, as I just said, that we actually had peace across the globe when President Trump was in office. He understands what it takes from peace through strength. If you look at what Iran has done, Iran has funded all of these terrorist organizations, Lindsay. We know the more money they have, the more terrorism they fund. They fund Hamas in Gaza. They fund the Houthis in Yemen, who obviously are using our naval fleet right now for target practice. And then you look at Hezbollah in Lebanon. Look, these people are thriving because we have allowed Iran to do this. And so President Trump will go back to a maximum pressure strategy. He'll use every tool in his toolbox. There were no new wars started under President Trump. That's exactly the kind of leadership that we want to see here in the United States, one of strength. Our allies do not respect us in the way that they used to, and our enemies do not fear us. We are seeing that time and time again, not just with what's happening in the Middle East and not just what's happening with Putin's aggression into Ukraine, but also what's happening with China. I mean, whether it's economically or whether it's militarily, they are building up. And they have said it's not an if, but a when they take Taiwan. I believe that President Trump garners the respect of leaders across the world, and I will believe that we will be safer and more secure when he and J.D. Vance are back in office.
Senator Katie Britt, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate that you joined us tonight.
Thank you.
Candidates could make some effort tonight to try and secure the Latino vote. And joining us now is ABC News contributor Maria Elena Salinas. Maria, paint a picture for us. Just how powerful will the Latino vote be this election?
Hello, Lindsay. The Latino vote could be decisive in this election cycle. They are the largest minority in the country, the second largest voting cohort. 36.2 million Latinos are eligible to vote this year, and that's 4 million more than in 2020, but also because of their numbers in some of the battleground states, and not just Arizona and Nevada, where we know there are a lot of Latino voters. We have to consider Pennsylvania, that has around 580,000 Latino eligible voters, Georgia with 425,000, even Wisconsin has over 180,000. And in a close election, and we know it will be close, Latinos could decide the outcome. As of now, Vice President Kamala Harris has an advantage over former President Trump, with 58% supporting Harris and 41% supporting Trump, according to ABC poll of likely voters. But that's not enough for Harris to win. It's below the support that Democrats have gotten in previous elections. For an example, President Biden got 64% of the Latino vote. So there's a lot at stake for both the Harris and Walz ticket and the Trump-Vance ticket, and we'll be looking out to see if they address the issues that Latinos care about tonight.
And Latino issues are often linked with immigration, but certainly they're very much a part of the American economy with the largest labor force participation rate in the U.S. How can candidates better speak to what matters most to this voting bloc?
That's right, Lindsay. Immigration is important to Latinos, but it's not the top issue for them. Just like everyone else, it's the economy, the cost of living, wages, the cost of health care. And as you mentioned, they are a very important part of our labor force. During the pandemic, they were so many of the essential workers that kept the economy going. Also, they contribute a huge deal to our economy. The purchasing power has grown to $3.7 trillion. In fact, according to the Latino Donor Collective, if Latinos in the U.S. were an independent country, it would be the 5th largest economy in the world. And Latinos are very entrepreneurial. The growth in the number of Latino-owned businesses outpaces the national average. So it's no wonder that the economy is their number one issue. They have a strong work ethic. They want to be able to feed their families, put a roof over their heads, and build generational wealth. What they want to hear from the candidates is what they will do to increase salaries, lower the cost of groceries and housing. They want to know what kind of support they're going to get for their small businesses. And if I may, just going back to immigration for just a bit, although many now support a hardline approach toward the border, they reject the premise of mass deportations. What they want is a balanced approach that keeps families together. Lindsay.
Maria Elena Salinas, always appreciate you joining us. Thank you. And joining us now is Texas Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who is also the national co-chair of the Harris-Walz campaign. Congresswoman, we thank you so much for coming on the show. I want to begin with the developments in the Middle East. Republicans are claiming the Biden administration is to blame for Iran's attack on Israel. House Republican leadership sent out a joint statement saying, quote, the world should know that the United States will stand with Israel. What's your response to that tonight?
Yeah, it is so sad that they have decided that they are going to politicize something as wild as this war in the Middle East. Listen, we've got real issues. Obviously, we know that Iran has decided that they are going to take a level of aggression that is unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable in a bipartisan way. We know that Iran decided to do this because they have been backing these various terrorist organizations as they've been designated by the United States. And so it should never be okay for a state actor to then decide that they are going to launch missiles over into another state because they are basically looking out for a terrorist organization. And I don't think that that should be anything that's political. I think that while people may question where we stand as it relates to our support for various allies, and it's only been because of the Republicans being in control of the House that we have not seen better support for some of our friends and allies. But at the end of the day, I think we all stand and say that we are against terrorism, and the right thing to do was to make sure that Israel was protected because Iran was absolutely in the wrong.
And just to follow up on that, back in April, you voted in favor of aid for Israel. Do you think, given the recent events, that there should be conditions put on that aid?
Listen, I think that we need to continue to evaluate what's going on and make those decisions as they're happening, because as you can see, they are consistently changing. When we ended up doing aid back then, they were looking at the war, and it seems like it was just kind of a bit contained. It seems like this war is continuing to spread, as we've seen what's taking place with Hezbollah. And so I think that it is a matter of determining kind of where we are and what all is going on. Obviously, if Iran continues down this path, that will provide for kind of a different set of circumstances as it relates to what aid should look like. So I don't think that we should necessarily make a decision at this point in time, because we honestly don't know what's going to be necessary.
Turning now to the topic of abortion, you've been on the Reproductive Freedom Bus Tour, and just this week, a Georgia court ruled that the state's 6-week ban on abortion is unconstitutional. Do you see this as progress in the fight for reproductive freedom in the South, and could it have further implications in places like Texas?
In my dreams. In my dreams. I mean, I am an attorney, and so unfortunately I know that the court that made the decision in Georgia, while that is a step in the right direction, we know that there are so many courts that are higher than this particular court, and we know that the court of finality is Trump's court. It is Trump's court that decided to turn over Roe v. Wade in the first place. And so, no, I don't trust his justices to do right, especially by women in this country. And so while I appreciate that we have this courageous judge in Fulton County that absolutely did what a judge should do and is trying to bring back some semblance of hope and respectability within our courts and within medical access or healthcare access for women across the country, I don't see Texas following suit for sure. And I definitely don't trust this current Supreme Court.
And lastly, Congresswoman, I just want to talk to you about the border for a moment. Vice President Harris has said that she will bring back the bill that former President Trump helped to kill. You've expressed your frustration when that happened, talking about the impact to agents in border communities. How much of a concern is that still? And what do the American people need to know about immigration that maybe neither candidate is addressing?
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I think they need to know that a lot of people really aren't talking about, I guess we're starting to scratch the surface, is when we talk about Springfield, Ohio. You know, right now, what we see is Republicans are acting as if anyone is trying to enter this country, they are entering this country to hurt us. And they're not talking about the economic value add that we end up having when we have legal immigration. And so what we've seen in Springfield, Ohio is honestly what we need to do more of. We need to make sure that the resources are available so that those people that actually want to contribute to our economy are welcomed and able to come, because this is a land of immigrants. But we also need to make sure that we are safe and that the bad guys aren't getting in. But another thing that they continue to do that we're not talking about is that it's Americans that are bringing over 90% of the fentanyl across the border. So while the images of those that are fleeing whatever conditions exist in Haiti or whatever other countries they're coming from, because there's been a destabilization in their economic opportunities or their government, they are coming and risking their lives not to harm us, but they are coming seeking a better life. And the fact that we sit there and we dehumanize people that are trying to make this country better is what's wrong in this country, specifically with politics today. And so I am asking that they put on their big boy pants and they start to be honest, because we are having these conversations with businesses all over the country that are saying, we need you guys to invest in legal immigration because we need these workers. Right now, we are almost at our record low for unemployment, and we have so many employers that are looking for people that are just looking for a good, honest day's work. And I can tell you that the vast majority of those migrants, that's all they're doing is looking for a good, honest day's work.
Congresswoman Crockett, so appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
A few moments ago, former President Trump was asked about his previous comments when it comes to how he would react if Iran attacked the U.S. Here's what he said.
The President of the United States should blow that country to smithereens, because you can't do that. And the President should make a statement to that effect.
That press conference continues now. Let's listen in.
1 week after the election, they were dying to make a deal. And when you say not tough, they had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. And when we hit them, they hit us. And they called us. And they said, we're going to shoot at your fort, but we're not going to hit it. And if you were a truthful reporter, which you're not, you would tell the following: none of those very accurate missiles hit our fort. They all hit outside. And there was nobody hurt other than the sound. It was loud, and some people said that hurt, and I accept that. But they told us that they were going to do this and that they weren't going to hurt, and they wanted us to know that because they didn't want us to retaliate. But I essentially bankrupted Iran. They had no money for, and it was a big story. There was no money for Hezbollah. There was no money for Hamas. There was no terrorists. We had no terror attacks. And I think I would have ultimately gotten along with, but there was nobody ever that was tougher on Iran than I was. I took their money away, and they behaved. And I will say, and I said it many times, what Biden should have done, he should have made a deal with them in that first week, because they were dying. They had nothing. They were dying to do it. But they did just the opposite. They took all the sanctions off. I had the sanctions that were the toughest. It's like a lot of people say with Russia. Well, I was the one that ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. You know that. I think you admit that. I ended it. And then when Biden came in, He approved it. That was the biggest thing ever that Russia's ever done, was the biggest pipeline just about in the world, going to Germany and various places in Europe. And I ended it. And there was nobody tougher on Russia than I was. But with Iran, it's a very sad situation. But we could have made a deal with Iran, and all of this would have never happened. And the reason was I was the toughest by far. Nobody was ever tougher on Iran. But they did. They called us and they told us, we have to retaliate only in the sense that, and they, you know, I think people know this, we have to retaliate, but we're not going to hit anybody. Just keep your people inside the military base. And that's what happened. The rockets hit in all areas. And of the 18 rockets that were launched, 6 of them self-destructed, 12 of them approximately, 12 of them arrived. And when they arrived, very accurate rockets, missiles. And when they arrived, they missed the fort. But they had to do that, and I thought it was a very nice thing because they didn't want us to retaliate again. But I was the one that started that, okay?
Real quickly, on the economy, we've got this port strike that
that's a big deal.
It's a big deal. Look, Americans are already struggling with inflation under Kamala Harris. How does this supply chain issue going to build up and once again be another disastrous economic episode under Kamala Harris?
It's massive. It's massive. Those workers are very important to the lifeblood of our country, and it's a massive thing. But don't forget, they've been hurt very badly with inflation. You know, those workers, some people would be upset with them and some people not, but those workers were very badly hit with inflation.
And joining us now is Republican and Democratic strategist Reince Priebus and Donna Brazil. Thank you both so much for coming on. Just want to pick up where we were leaving off there with that press conference that's happening live with former President Donald Trump right now. And Reince, we'll start with you. He talked about Iran and how if he were president, he would blow that country to smithereens. Your response to his words tonight?
Well, I think he explained pretty clearly that, you know, it's time to get tough. And I think the time of talk is over. And I think if you look at what President Trump did when he was in office, I think actions speak louder than words. And so the actions of Trump were to end the JCPOA, which was the Iran deal. So he ended that. And he surrounded himself with tough people, too. I mean, H.R. McMaster, John Bolton, Robert O'Brien, and General Mattis, John Kelly. I mean, so it wasn't just words; it was action. So I think there's a lot of people wondering what's been going on in the Middle East, what kind of leadership's been coming out of the White House. I'm not blaming Joe Biden for what Iran did. I'm not going that far, but I am saying that I think that these types of questions that are on the table. What's been going on in the Middle East, what's been going on in Ukraine, all of the issues that are facing us around the world with Taiwan and China. These are the kinds of things that start eating away at a campaign with 1 month to go.
And Don, I want to bring you in here with regard to Donald Trump saying that under his presidency, Iran didn't have any money, that they were bankrupt, and that we didn't have any terrorist attacks. Does he have a point?
Absolutely not. Look, I don't need to waste my time fact-checking the former president of the United States, who can keep a straight face and a straight answer to any question. First, he goes down to the hurricane region and basically say, I could do better, when he didn't do better. And now he's saying, I could do better in the Middle East, when we all know that these tensions existed before Joe Biden took office, before Donald Trump took office, before the last 2 presidents took office. Look, Israel tonight had the United States and many other allies assisting them to knock down these missiles. That's what we should be praising. We should be praising the fact that we are trying to protect as many innocent people as possible. Hezbollah is a militant organization that has so much political power in Lebanon, and Israel is trying to de-escalate by making sure that they don't use the weapons of mass destruction to continue to attack the people in Israel. It's time that we get back to the negotiating table. We got to make sure that we resolve the problems in Gaza. We need to release the hostages, several of whom are Americans, and we got to make sure that we have a day-after strategy so that we can settle some of these tensions and not continue to try to, out-talk each other and out-weaponize each other.
The context, of course, of a widening war in the Middle East in the late stages of this election cycle could have a critical impact. But I want to ask you, and we'll start with you, Ryan, specifically what you're expecting tonight from Senator Vance. What would make this a home run for him?
I think going back to that hillbilly elegy guy, nice, humble, polite, presidential, likable. I really think that's what both of these guys want to do. They really don't. They have one thing to do tonight is to show that they could be president and to show the American people that they're likable. The other thing is, where are those uncommitted and undecided voters, and what do they want to hear? And obviously, if you're a Democrat, you want to hear about health care and abortion. You're a Republican, you want to hear about the border, the economy. But those two things cross over. And I think whoever kind of talks about those four issues the best, those are the people that are going to do well. And as far as Lindsey, this issue with not trusting Trump on foreign policy and what Biden didn't do or did do, the one thing you can't take away from this debate, which probably will come up tonight, is the fact under Trump, these things didn't happen. I mean, there wasn't service members that were slaughtered in Afghanistan, at the airport. There wasn't Putin invading Ukraine, and we didn't have Iran shooting missiles out of the Gaza Strip and out of Lebanon into Israel. So these things weren't happening under Trump. You can explain it away all you want, but politics is about simple messaging. And the simple message is this was not happening under Donald Trump.
And Don, I'm sure you're going to want to react to that. But first, I do want to get your expectations tonight from Governor Walz.
Look, I think he has 2 or 3 major jobs to do tonight. And one is the American people still want to know how the Biden-Harris administration has lowered costs, how we have been able to tackle inflation, bring more jobs back to our country, increase manufacturing. So I think the winner of this debate will be able to talk about those kitchen table issues and will be relatable to the American people. Let's avoid all of the conversations about childless women and cats and dogs and instead address those concerns of the American people. This is a close election. I agree with the chairman, but the American people want answers and not just a bunch of platitudes and a bunch of what I call nonsense.
Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, we thank you both so much for your thoughts tonight. And of course, we'll have full team coverage of the CBS News vice presidential debate between Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance starting tonight at 8 p.m. right here on ABC News Live. Tens of thousands of union dock workers have walked off the job, shutting down ports along the East Coast and the Gulf, threatening the nation's supply chain. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze is in Elizabeth, New Jersey with more on this crippling strike.
Tonight, crucial ports that fuel the American economy from New England to the Gulf Coast at a standstill after tens of thousands of union dock workers walked off the job. The International Longshoremen's Association and the U.S. Maritime Alliance failing to reach a deal, leaving ships sitting offshore in Texas and shipping containers at some of the busiest hubs in the U.S. idle just weeks before the holiday season. The impasse could cost the U.S. billions of dollars a day and drive up consumer prices. Experts say for every day the strike lasts, it could take nearly a week to clear the backlog. Under the old contract, a dock worker could earn a typical salary of $100,000 per year. The union wants to boost pay to $177,000 annually over 6 years and add protections against automated machines. Jacqueline Velos is a single mother working at the docks in New Jersey. Her 3 little girls joining her on the picket line.
Everything that comes into this country comes in through us. The supply that everyone receives daily, it comes through us. And we're not appreciated.
Elizabeth Schulze reporting. Hurricane Helene's death toll continues to rise. Now more than 150 people across 6 states have died. It could grow in the coming days, with hundreds still missing as K-9 crews search the muddy wreckage in western North Carolina. At the same time, a massive cleanup is underway. ABC's Morgan Norwood is in North Carolina tonight.
Tonight, the search for survivors growing more and more dire as the death toll in the wake of Helene grows to nearly 160. Hundreds remain missing, including John Norwood's fiancée, Julie LaRue.
We looked outside and there was a 30-foot tall wall of water and rocks and tree debris just coming at us, and it just It knocked the house straight down with all of us in it. She went one way and I went the other. Last thing I said to her was, "I love you." And that was the last time I saw her.
Their entire neighborhood in Marion, North Carolina, demolished. John brought to safety in that stretcher, his legs crushed, and they're still looking for Julie. Meanwhile, in hard-hit Asheville, families are struggling.
We don't have nowhere to go.
Patricia Miranda is using creek water to flush her toilets and wash clothes. She has diabetes and needs to keep her insulin cold.
Do you have enough supply of ice to keep your insulin supply fresh?
Not at all.
And tonight, a first look at cleanup in Irwin, Tennessee, towing ambulances away where dozens were rescued from the roof of that hospital, dump trucks filled with trees. Tonight, 6,300 National Guard troops from 12 states are working to clear debris and bring in supplies, along with the growing army of Good Samaritans. It can't come fast enough.
So much need. There are thanks to Morgan Norwood for that. New accusations in the ongoing legal saga of Sean Diddy Combs. An attorney representing 120 alleged victims of Diddy said that they will be filing civil claims against the rapper within the next 30 days. The group of alleged victims are both men and women and reportedly involve minors as young as 9 years old. The attorney claims that most of the alleged activities happened at parties or auditions where Combs was present. An attorney for Combs said in a statement that Mr. Combs emphatically and categorically denies as false and defamatory any claim that he sexually abused anyone, including minors. So much more to get to here on Prime. Jimmy Carter turned 100 years old today. We look back on the decades of his well-lived life. But next, rich histories of each vice presidential candidate, what they've said in the weeks leading up to tonight's debate, and the pitches we might hear as tens of millions watch on.
This ship is heaven. There should be no guilt on a pleasure cruise. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
No pulse. She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're gonna be okay.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
The Hollywood studio want us to make a movie of our podcast.
It's a fabulous cast.
Action. I'm nervous playing you. The fearlessness, the complexity.
Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
I don't need an algorithm to tell me that this is box office gold.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and for bundle subscribers on Disney+.
3, 2, 1.
It's a 24/7 life together.
It's not about the fear or the risk. It's about the love of flying. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone. Tonight, former President Trump is holding a press conference in Wisconsin where he just finished giving some advice to his running mate, J.D. Vance, ahead of tonight's debate, saying, have a lot of fun. Both VP candidates make frequent mention of their rural, humble beginnings, and each campaign has targeted districts in swing states that are outside the cities, believing those places have the most voters who are on the fence. Tonight, our Jay O'Brien takes a deeper look at each vice presidential candidate.
Tonight, just about a month from Election Day, a critical test. Two vice presidential contenders facing off, both claiming to represent the values of Middle America, go head-to-head.
I grew up in Middletown, Ohio. A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts.
In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
Their backstories critical to their pitches. It was at the Republican National Convention that the American people were reintroduced to J.D. Vance, the junior senator from Ohio bringing his Rust Belt appeal to the Trump ticket.
My work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. I love you, Mom.
The child of a mother struggling with addiction and now 10 years sober, Vance was raised by his grandmother, who he affectionately calls Mama. With deep family roots in Appalachia, Vance detailing his struggles in his blockbuster memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, turned into a Hollywood movie.
You got to decide. You want to be somebody or not?
Later, jumping into national politics after a stint in the Army serving in Iraq, then earning a law degree at Yale, branding himself as a politician who doesn't shy away from controversy.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
The key thing any vice presidential candidate needs to do is, first, do no harm, right? Do not harm the top of the ticket.
Now defending many of his past statements, including those false claims about Haitian immigrants eating pets in his home state.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana.
Asked to clarify what he said.
It comes from firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it.
Vance seen as the start of a younger conservative future for the GOP, but not always one to praise Donald Trump, years ago calling him a moral disaster. Comments Vance says he now disavows.
I don't hide from that. I was certainly skeptical of Donald Trump in 2016, but President Trump was a great president, and he changed my mind.
And then there's Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Walz, too, turning to his background to try to capture must-win Rust Belt swing state voters.
I like to make sure that I say that I was a school teacher for a lot of years.
A former public school teacher and football coach leaning into that persona on the campaign trail and shooting to prominence when he crafted this attack line on Trump and Vance.
These are weird people on the other side. These guys are just weird. That's who they are.
The governor embracing an everyman image, his son Gus going viral at the Democratic National Convention saying, "That's my dad," and talking repeatedly about his family's struggles with fertility.
It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope.
But the former coach and teacher is also an experienced politician, serving 12 years in Congress, 2 terms as Minnesota governor, and often talking about his 24 years of service in the Army National Guard. Republicans pouncing on these comments Walz made, claiming he carried a gun in war despite never serving in combat.
And we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at.
This is a guy who is captured on video saying, "I carried a gun in war." He never went to war.
Their actual strategies are not going to be different when it comes to the audience they need to speak to. Right? The audience they need to speak to right now are disaffected, unaffiliated, generally non-political suburban people.
2 men, both claiming to have their finger on the pulse of everyday Americans, especially those in must-win swing states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. At stake tonight, can one of them make all the difference in a race almost certain to come down to the wire?
Still ahead here on Prime, for former President Jimmy Carter, 50 years is nothing. We take a look at 100 years, much of it how he devoted his service to his country.
Did you kill Mariota? Sorry. No, I did not kill Marietta.
This is a mystery. How did she die? They begin to do this autopsy.
It's just screaming, toxin, toxin, toxin.
Did somebody intentionally do this to her?
When the tests came back, I thought, yeah, holy, are you kidding me?
My garden club is very divided. People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
Never heard of a case like this. Maybe a thriller.
I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent, passion, poison, prison.
I know it wasn't me. Sorry. So, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
From Hollywood, it's Dancing with the Stars.
Star. You know who I am, ain't had to say my name. Stack it up like Tetris, but this money ain't a game. Star. I get money, I'm a star. I get money, I'm a star.
Dancing with the Stars returns for a 2-night event starting Monday, October 7th.
3, 2, 1.
It's a 24/7 life together.
It's not about the fear or the risk. It's about the love of flying. 3, 2, 1.
Trick or treat!
When I flick this switch, there'll be a horrible noise and a terrible odor.
Will it hurt?
Pain like you've never known. Oh!
Seems risky. I am much satisfied.
What? You scared? This is happiness.
We love Halloween.
Got me.
He's a bit silly.
Turning the machine off! Do you feel good?
Hey, like $1 million bucks, baby, like $1 million bucks.
More like $1 million pesos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Reporting from the protests at Columbia University, I'm Stephanie Ramos. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. We should all be as fortunate as President Jimmy Carter to make it to 100 years old. Today, the White House displayed a giant sign that read, "Happy Birthday, President Carter." You see it there. The celebration was then capped off by an air show for the former president. There he is today watching an F-18 Super Hornet fly over in his honor. President Carter's long legacy is tonight's by the numbers. Those Super Hornets took off from Naval Air Station Oceana in Virginia Beach. Carter himself graduated from the Naval Academy in 1946, which is the same year he married the love of his life, Rosalind Smith. The Carters were married for 77 years before Rosalind's death just last year. Carter served in the Navy until 1961, eventually working in the fledgling nuclear submarine program and earning the rank of lieutenant. After a short stint expanding his family's peanut growing operation, he won his first political race in 1962 for the Georgia State Senate. He then became governor of Georgia and shocked the country, winning the presidency in a squeaker, earning barely 50% of the popular vote to Gerald Ford's 48%. Ford himself not very popular after President Nixon's resignation. Of course, President Carter then spent nearly 4 decades in service to charities like Habitat for Humanity. And his service aside, the breadth of it both astounding and admirable. The president is one of about 100,000 centenarians living in the United States today, according to the Census Bureau. When he was born in 1924, there were less than 1,000. And that's our coverage for this hour. Stay tuned as I join David Muir for special coverage of tonight's vice presidential debate just moments away.
I did terrible things. I hurt a lot of people.
I know who you are.
Ball is in the air!
You're special.
Yes, it's a touchdown!
What if God made me this way?
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
It's better to look at the evil than to ignore it, Father.
And what if you enjoy the looking?
In my quiver just thinking about it.
FX's Grotesquerie. All new Wednesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Trick or treat!
When I flick this switch, there'll be a horrible noise and a terrible odor.
Will it hurt?
Pain like you've never known.
Seems risky. I am much satisfied.
What? You scared? This is happiness.
We love Halloween. Got me.
He's a bit silly.
Turning the machine off! Do you feel good?
When you're 61 years old, you have very few opportunities to change your life. This time, I have to be ready. This is about everybody like me. I see a future, which is not what I felt like for a really long time. I don't feel invisible now.
Marvel has done it again.
I never doubted us for a second.
Agatha All Along has arrived and is wickedly fun.
A feral, hive-minded coven bent on revenge.
It's deliciously chaotic.
Join me. She's a psycho. I knew you'd figure it out eventually.
And perfect for the Halloween season.
Agatha, what did you do?
Don't miss Agatha All Along. Now streaming only on Disney+.
This ship is heaven. There should be no guilt on a pleasure cruise. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
No pulse. She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're gonna be okay.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Tonight, for the first time, vice presidential candidates Tim Walz and J.D. Vance face-to-face in their only scheduled debate in the race for the White House. The running mates for Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump making their case to the American people with this race at dead heat and with so much at stake. Our coverage of the vice presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. Harris Walz.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead.
Trump Vance.
The president for working people in the United States of America, it's Donald J. Trump, and we're going to fight to get him back in the White House.
Now, just 5 weeks before Election Day and early voting underway, the race couldn't be closer. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Tonight, the running mates debate in the race for the White House. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening, everyone. We are just 1 hour away from tonight's high-stakes vice presidential debate between Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. We will carry the debate live right here on ABC. The running mates for Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump about to take center stage here in New York. Each candidate set to make their case to the American voters with just 35 days now until Election Day. Of course, early voting already underway. Tonight's news overseas, of course, likely to be a key issue in this evening's debate. The major escalation of violence in the Middle East. Iran launching a massive ballistic missile attack on Israel, more than 200 missiles, the largest missile attack on Israel ever. It comes as retaliation for Israel's killing of Hezbollah's leader in Beirut. Tonight, after Iran's attack, Israel now vowing to strike back. Governor Walz and Senator Vance likely to face questions on the crisis in the Middle East and, of course, the many issues right here at home. Earlier today, we saw Vice President Harris in the Situation Room with President Biden monitoring the events unfolding in real time. She then spoke before the cameras about her steadfast support of Israel. Former President Donald Trump in Wisconsin today, blaming the escalation in the Middle East on Biden and Harris. Walz and Vance coming face-to-face tonight amid an extremely tight race, especially in the all-important battleground states that, as we all know, will decide this election. In those key 7 swing states, the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, in many cases, less than a point. The vice presidential candidates expected to be pressed on the economy, inflation, abortion, and immigration. Tim Walz, a relative unknown on the national stage before joining the Harris ticket, will be making his case to America tonight. Sources telling ABC News during the vetting process, he told Kamala Harris he was a, quote, bad debater. But again, the question tonight, and we'll talk about this here, is that all part of lowering expectations really on both sides? We'll see coming up. J.D. Vance will come to the stage after igniting a firestorm of sorts with false claims that he made about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. We'll go to Ohio later on in this primetime special. Tonight's showdown may be the last time the two campaigns square off before the election. We have our entire powerhouse political team right here tonight, so let's jump right in. Great to have everybody, the usual suspects, right here with me tonight. John Carr, let's start right off with you. Late reporting here tonight from both campaigns. And this talk of lowering expectations, both of these men have been in politics for a long time. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, give me a break. When they say that Governor Walz is nervous, that he's worried he may let Kamala Harris down, he's somebody who doesn't have much experience with this. He's been a politician. He's been a political candidate for some 2 decades. He's done more than a dozen debates. He's actually quite good at them. But look, David, the big picture here is that there's a general perception that vice presidential debates don't make that much of a difference. But both of these campaigns, both of these candidates know that this debate has the potential to be decisive. This race is so tight. You know, J.D. Vance has had a relatively disastrous rollout as Donald Trump's running mate. He's viewed unpopularly by most Americans. This is his chance, really his only chance to change this. And Walz, he has done really he's been exposed to no questions since he became Kamala Harris's running mate. No real interviews. This is the first time many Americans will get a chance to see him outside of what we saw at the convention.
Really, that part of it is truly remarkable. But a quick follow-up to you, John, because you interviewed J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was selected by Donald Trump in part because of his capabilities out there on the trail as an attack dog for Donald Trump. He was very tough in reacting to you in that interview. He knew the questions that were coming his way. And when you talk about Governor Walz for Kamala Harris, he's the one who came out with this sort of weird moniker in describing the Trump-Vance ticket. So really, both of these guys have been out there as the attack dogs for the people at the top of the ticket.
I mean, he was chosen because really, Walz, he was the most effective surrogate for Kamala Harris and for Joe Biden before Harris became the nominee. And J.D. Vance is very slick, very good at this. He is a shrewd debater. Interview after interview, no matter how hard the questions are that you throw at him, he diverts, he comes back, and he turns to the points that he wants to make. I expect you'll see that tonight.
All right, 55 minutes, but who's counting? 55 minutes until the vice presidential debate. We're going to carry it live right here on ABC, so you won't miss a moment of it. But we'll continue with our team and their sort of inside reporting. Mary, you've been talking with your sources inside the Harris campaign. How do they feel going into tonight? And as we established here with John, they are trying to lower expectations.
They certainly are. Look, behind the scenes tonight, I'm told that in preparing for this, Tim Walz really views this as a chance for him to take on the mantle of the top of the ticket, that he's going into this trying to debate for Kamala Harris, to keep the momentum of her strong debate performance going. And that means his goal here is in many ways to look past J.D. Vance and try and bring the conversation back to Donald Trump as much as possible. This is also a chance, of course, for him to introduce himself to many voters. Let's be honest. honest. You know, just a couple weeks ago, most Americans had never heard of Governor Tim Walz. So he has been intensely preparing, doing those mock debate sessions. And yes, we know he's fighting a bit of nerves. They've been trying to lower those expectations. Sources are quick to note that, you know, the debate stage is not his strong suit. He's more comfortable working a rope line. And yes, we do know that he, in the vetting process, told Kamala Harris that he's a, quote, bad debater. But let's be honest and make no mistake here. Past that, you know, Midwestern folksy dad persona of his, he is a very skilled politician. He knows what he is doing, and he knows how to land a punch. And he's going to be the Tim Walz that we have seen out on the campaign trail, but expect that now, you know, in a different format. And as you mentioned, you know, he is the one, of course, who coined that new go-to attack line that Trump and Vance are just weird.
But I got to ask, Mary, isn't it going to be more difficult to get under J.D. Vance's skin? A lot of folks looked very closely at Kamala Harris's performance. People at home can judge whether she did well or not. But it was clear that she set out to try to get under Donald Trump's skin in the presidential debate. J.D. Vance, I would gather, might be a little more difficult to do that, too.
They know that that kind of needling that we saw at our debate, that Kamala Harris really was intent on getting underneath Trump's skin, that doesn't work as well here. J.D. Vance isn't as susceptible to those kinds of attacks. He's a little too slick for that, as John was saying. And that, in part, is why that's not his goal. He's going to try and bring it back to the top of the ticket, bring it back to Donald Trump, instead of focusing on trying to get under Vance's skin.
Let's swing it over to Rachel Scott, who covers the Trump campaign, also has some late reporting for us tonight. And Rachel, I was struck by the fact that Donald Trump was calling Tim Walz a moron, said he couldn't debate, right? But then you've got J.D. Vance out there saying Tim Walz is a great debater. So you had competing messages from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. But they, too, are trying to lower expectations going into tonight as well.
Yeah, just when Senator J.D. Vance is trying to lower expectations, leave it to Donald Trump himself to sort of just raise them entirely. Look, I think what Mary just reported here is going to be music to the Donald Trump campaign's ears, because they want this to be about the top of the ticket. It may be Tim Walz that's going to be standing next to Senator J.D. Vance on that debate stage. But make no mistake about it, J.D. Vance is going to bring this back to Vice President Kamala Harris. They are in a race to try to define her. They're looking at the polls. They're saying that voters still have questions about her. So expect them to try to use Walz's record to cast Vice President Kamala Harris as liberal. I'm also told that, yes, he's been doing these formal mock debates as well as Tim Walz has been doing, but he's also preparing to take questions on controversial comments that he himself has made, that Donald Trump has made, even his own past statements about the former president. Remember, this is someone that he once called reprehensible. He's going to be prepared to defend those comments and defend the former president's record on the debate stage.
Let's talk a little bit about those comments so that people at home can be watching for this. You're saying J.D. Vance is fully prepared to hear about, you know, the eating of dogs and cats, for example, in that town in Ohio. Also the comments about, you know, cat ladies or single women or that people who don't have children might not have the voting power, perhaps, as people who are part of a family unit. All of those lines, those moments along the way in this campaign, he's prepared to take on tonight.
And these are headlines that Republicans did not want to see when it was announced that J.D. Vance was going to be selected as Donald Trump's running mate. But yes, he made those comments suggesting that Democrats without kids are childless cat ladies. He even made comments suggesting that people without kids should have less voting power or less power at the voting box than people with kids. And so I am told that in these formal mock debate sessions, he has been prepared to answer questions on all of those subjects, David.
All right, Rachel Scott with us here as well. I've noticed a serenity and a calmness to Lindsay Davis here tonight.
Oh, yes.
Isn't it nice not having to moderate the debate and instead...
Where's my cigarette?
I know, exactly, just to cover the debate instead with the rest of the team. But, you know, another sort of elephant in the room here is that the country doesn't really know these guys that well. They both are Midwestern dads, but they're so different when you start to learn a little bit more about them.
This is essentially tonight big dad energy versus hillbilly allergy. And we talk about Tim Scott, a relatively unknown Midwestern governor.
Tim Walz, yeah.
Tim Walz. Rachel Scott in my head. Tim Walz, a relatively unknown Midwestern governor, but people who do know him for his flannel shirts and his folksy style. This is a guy who was born in rural America in a county in Nebraska that boasts more cows than people. He's often said that there were 25 people in his high school graduating class. 12 of them were his cousins. He went and served in the National Guard for 24 years. Started out as a high school social studies teacher and football coach, then turned congressman, ultimately governor of Minnesota. But many people affectionately still call him, as does Kamala Harris, Coach Walz. Many people will remember seeing some of the members of that high school state championship team that he coached that went on stage during the DNC this summer. That's also when we saw his wife, Gwen, another longtime teacher, his daughter, hope, as well as his son, Gus, who captured so many hearts with his emotion and saying, that's my dad. But while we're talking about the nerves and all of the debates, this is somebody who's debated multiple times for when it was Congress, when it was as a governor, and also he used to host debate nights for the high school teachers to talk about current events. So he has a little experience.
And don't underestimate high school debate teams, too. You know, if you're the coach of the high school debate team, you kind of know what you're doing. In the meantime, though, J.D. Vance, and again, it's sort of like the battle of, as I said, the Midwestern dads, but they have completely different backgrounds.
Exactly right. But also both veterans, both from rural America. It happens that Vance is from Middletown, Ohio. Really kind of had this hard-scrabble childhood, which he wrote about, of course, in his best-selling book, Hillbilly Elegy. But it was at the Republican National Convention this summer where when he took the stage, he said, I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. Vance served in the Marines, ultimately went to Yale for law school, became a venture capitalist, and ultimately now Ohio's freshman senator. But at 40 years old, he's actually the first millennial on a major party ticket. His wife, Usha, of course, he met at Yale Law School. She apparently has been helping to prep him for this debate tonight. They have 3 children together. And Vance, of course, as many people know, was at one time a harsh critic of Donald Trump, but he says ultimately that Trump won him over strictly by his performance in office.
Lindsay, let me take that point back over to Rachel, because you said J.D. Vance is ready tonight. Is he ready on all of the past criticisms of Donald Trump? And it's not just sort of a light critique either. I mean, he was very obvious in sort of how he felt about Donald Trump in 2016. And then even after Donald Trump's first presidency, he had some tough words for him.
Yeah, brutal, I think, is the word to sort of sum it up, David. He called himself a never-Trumper. He called the former president reprehensible. At one point, he even said that Joe Biden was going to even win the 2020 election. And so, yes, he has come back around. He has changed his tune. But during these mock debates, these formal mock debate sessions, which have included Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer, who is also from Minnesota, just like Governor Tim Walz, they have been drilling him on this as well. What he has said in the past about the former president, he's going to go back to that line saying that Donald Trump proved him wrong.
You know, we have said in covering these presidential races for years, expect an October surprise. Even former presidential candidate Hillary Clinton said in recent days, there will be things that come up in October. She was someone who knows well what it's like to have issues come up very, very late in the campaign. Martha Raddatz, you and I were talking before World News Tonight about this escalating situation in the Middle East. We're not talking about Israel and Hamas anymore. We're talking about a direct conflict between Iran and Israel at this hour saying, we vow to retaliate, and the U.S. military is involved in helping defend Israel today.
In any way they can, they are trying to defend Israel, and they did today when this massive strike took place. They had destroyers out in the eastern Mediterranean, shot down, intercepted some of those Iranian missiles headed into Israel. Don't think they got them all, but they got enough to avoid some damage in Israel and in Jordan, and there are many that were intercepted over Jordan as well. This is such a dangerous moment, though, David. This is very different. This is a massive attack. The Iranians clearly learned lessons from the last time in April when almost all of their drones and missiles and cruise missiles were intercepted. This time, some got through. The original bomb damage assessment, no major damage, but there are clearly some craters around Tel Aviv. Again, as far as I know now, no Israelis killed, but it's a very dangerous moment. The administration is in touch with the Israelis. They are not certain what kind of retaliation this will be. They believe that the Israelis will be careful and not want to escalate this, not want to hit any nuclear facilities, but they aren't certain at this point.
And Martha, let's drill down on what this is going to look like at this debate tonight. This is going to come up as an issue in the debate, likely very early on, based on the fact that it happened today. It's very much in the news, as we're all on tonight, as we await to see what the Israeli response will be. And you saw the campaigns swiftly respond today, Martha. You had the vice president in the Situation Room. She came out before the cameras. She talked about her steadfast support of Israel. But then you had Donald Trump in Wisconsin saying that this escalation in the Middle East is because of President Biden and Vice President Harris.
Exactly, and we've heard that for months and months. Former President Trump just basically says this would never have happened. October 7th would never have happened if he was president. Obviously, there's no proof of that. We have no idea what would have happened if Donald Trump was president. But we do all remember that horrid terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th. We're almost at the one-year anniversary. The war in Gaza is still raging. We've now had Israel go after Hezbollah. So this is a key moment and a key foreign policy question. And you did see Kamala Harris in there. She certainly wanted people to know she was involved in this in every way possible. Again, steadfast defense of Israel, but far more complicated than that. And the administration has had a rough time with Israel. Israel has essentially not listened to the United States. They have said de-escalate, 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 and that has not happened.
And will this become a major issue in these final 5 weeks of the campaign? Martha Raddatz with us here tonight as well. We've got a lot more to get to. Again, it's 8:16. We got about 44 minutes before ABC carries this vice presidential debate live for you to watch at home. The key question so many of you at home want answered is who is ahead in this race? If the election were held today, who would win? What are we seeing in the polls? What are the battleground states tell us tonight? The 7 key swing states, who's ahead? And in many cases, the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is less than 1 point. We'll go right over to the big board right after the break in a moment.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go.
The house is destroyed, but the flag. Not a tear in it.
How important it made to USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Millions took to the high seas for the exciting premiere, and Thursday will make your heart race.
I've got no pulse.
Defib, now, stay with me.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC.
Let's tell the freaking world.
One of my students is ringworm.
Ringworm?
No, get back. Cancel classes. Burn Abbott down. Hello, Miss Teagues.
Hello, Mr. Eddie. Hope your day's going well.
HR is here today, so if anyone has something they want to file, raise your hand. Not about me, about other things.
Make some noise!
These are the takeout menus I gave you.
Those were suggestions that we should go out to dinner. You're sick.
Write that down.
Stop. Come on.
Whoa!
Welcome back.
Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready?
You were pregnant?
I keep trying to tell him.
I'm gonna sue you.
Your lawyers know where to find me.
Did you kill Mary Yoder?
Sorry. No, I did not kill Mary Yoder.
How did she die?
When the tests came back, I thought, holy, are you kidding me?
People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent.
I know it wasn't me. If it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
Marvel has done it again.
I never doubted us for a second.
Agatha All Along has arrived and is wickedly fun.
A feral, hive-minded coven bent on revenge.
It's deliciously chaotic.
Join me.
She's a psycho.
I knew you'd figure it out eventually.
And perfect for the Halloween season.
Agatha, what did you do?
Don't miss Agatha All Along. Now streaming only on Disney+.
That plane's coming right at us.
Mayday! Mayday!
Tina's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it.
Of course she is.
Hold on!
911, the 3-part season premiere event continues Thursday on ABC.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Get ready to bump.
And rock on.
It's a 2-night celebration on Dancing with the Stars.
You have the groove. Monday, boogie down with Soul Train Night.
Tuesday, we're rocking on Hair Metal Night. What are you doing to me?
Dancing with the Stars 2-night event starts Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC and Disney+. Stream next day on Hulu.
Race for the White House. Here again, David Muir.
All right, 39 minutes until we carry the vice presidential debate live here on ABC. In the meantime, tonight we've got Rick Klein, Rachel Scott, both of the big boards. And Rick, I wanted to start with you. I'd like to turn to you with what I call the impossible questions to answer, which is all anyone really wants to know is if the election were held today, who would win this thing? But you and I were talking earlier today. I mean, we know, and this country knows as a whole, what a tight presidential race looks like. In fact, in the last several of them, they have been so razor thin. But this is remarkably close. Show us where the battlegrounds stand, the 7 key states that could decide this, and the national picture to start. Where are they, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump?
It is remarkable when you look at national polling. These are different polls, different polling outfits in different time periods. Quinnipiac, an even race. Reuters has Harris +6. A CNN poll, Harris up +1. Our 538 polling average, which takes a lot of polls and accumulates them together. Harris up by about 2.5 points. That is a little bit narrower than it was just at the end of the summer, David.
And that's the horse race nationally, if we're talking about the popular vote. Now let's dive into the battleground states, which, as we all know, decide this election.
Yeah, and these are the 7 that we're going to be talking about a lot over the next 5 weeks. You've got the 3 in the upper Midwest, and then the 4 Sunbelt states, 2 of them out west and 2 of them in the South. And the polling, again, very, very tight. You see a slight Harris lead in the upper Midwest. Harris leading by a little less than 2 points in Michigan, 1.6 points in Wisconsin, up a single point in Nevada. And the closest state on the map right now is Pennsylvania. Harris up by about half a percentage point. That is basically a coin flip of a race in probably the most important state, the state that's most likely to determine who wins the presidency 5 weeks from now.
And Donald Trump with the edge in a couple of the other states there.
Exactly. You see Trump leading in North Carolina by a little more than half a point. In Georgia, 1.3 points. And Arizona, which went for Biden last time, 1.5 points out west.
A couple of quick follow-ups for you, because these are what we call the 538 average. It's the poll of polls, essentially, an average over what we've seen the last couple of weeks. Has there been any movement in recent days? Do we see either candidate with momentum here?
We are seeing a little bit of an edge for Donald Trump in a bunch of battleground state polling. These leads have eroded slightly for Harris, and we've seen Trump add to his margin ever so slightly. It's all very, very close in the South, despite the scandal in North Carolina involving the lieutenant governor. Georgia, in particular, is a state that looks better for Trump than it did just a few weeks ago. And again, this is all better than it was for Joe Biden when he exited the race. Harris offered Democrats a much better opportunity, but things have tightened. There's no doubt about it in the weeks since that she became the nominee.
The bottom line, the point you were just making is when you see blue there, Harris with a small lead in some of these battlegrounds, that's much different from where Biden was with Trump. Before he got out of the race, he was trailing Trump by 4, 5, 6 points in many of these battlegrounds. You can't overstate Pennsylvania. It's really a must-win for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Yeah, look, no matter how you slice it, it is going to be the most important state on the map. It's the biggest battleground, and I've played with this a lot. And if Harris wins in Wisconsin and Michigan and also takes 1 congressional district in Nebraska, Pennsylvania puts her over the top. If Harris does not win Pennsylvania, if Trump takes that, all of a sudden the map is open for him. He has a much better opportunity to win the presidency.
All right, here's a difficult question for you. We all remember, in 2020, Joe Biden had a pretty significant lead going into election night, but then it was really, in the end, much closer than anyone thought it was going to be. We saw what happened in 2016 as well. A lot of folks are wondering and looking at how close these polls are. Is there any chance that the pollsters, and the pollsters are all going to start writing to me now, but please don't. I guess the question they're asking, too, is there any chance that support for Kamala Harris or support for Donald Trump is either being oversampled or undersampled? I mean, any evidence that they've tried to correct some of the Trump voters that they didn't pick up last time around 4 years ago up against Joe Biden, and why that race was much tighter? Have they accounted for that this time around?
Pollsters are always learning, us included. We're always changing our methodology. That said, it remains an imprecise science. And the polls, as you said, were off in 2020, understated some of Trump's support. The Democrats were understated a bit in the midterms in 2022. And it wouldn't take much to change. If the polls were about as wrong as they were in 2016, and we missed in polls a lot of Republican voters, you would see an absolute red wave. Every single battleground state would fall to Donald Trump, just if the polls were as wrong as they were in 2020. And the flip side of that, well, look, if the polls were wrong in that same amount, that slight amount, but this time we're undercounting Democrats, you would see Kamala Harris win all of the battleground states. All of the states would flip. And guess what? Florida would as well. We're talking about 349 electoral votes.
And that's if the scenario played out like it did in 2020, with the polls versus what the reality was on Election Day. That shows you how close this race is. So close, it almost seems counterintuitive to think that one or the other could actually wipe the map. But we never know. That's what elections are in America. Let's get over to Rachel Scott. Back to these vice presidential candidates, because, Rachel, conventional wisdom always says these vice presidential debates don't really matter that much. It's not the case this time around, given what Rick Klein just showed us. This race is so close that if they have key moments tonight that could help, or if they have rough moments tonight that could detract, it could have some impact in a race where you see a point or less between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Exactly, because this race is just that close, David. It's not only about who these vice presidential candidates are, it's also about where they are from. You mentioned those 7 battlegrounds that we're going to be keeping our eyes all the way up until Election Day, now just about 35 days away. We'll take a look. 3 of them are in this area. You heard Rick mention it. Wisconsin, Michigan, also Pennsylvania. You obviously have Governor Tim Walz. He's from Minnesota. Right here you have Wisconsin. Right next to it you have Michigan. He has been to Wisconsin 5 times. He's been to Michigan 4 times. Senator J.D. Vance has been to both of these states 6 times. Part of the reason why the Harris campaign, the Trump campaign, selected both of these vice presidential candidates is because they're hoping they appeal to these voters right here in the Midwest, in these critical battleground states, these blue-collar voters. Also, of course, we have to mention that Senator J.D. Vance is from that critical battleground of Ohio. Right next to it, all-important Pennsylvania. David, you mentioned it. Both candidates see this as a must-win.
Right through the Rust Belt state, you can see the through line. Rachel Scott with us here tonight as well. We're going to come back to these polls a little later on because, again, it's what everyone wants to know, just how close is this race. When we come back here tonight, Terry Moran standing by in Springfield, Ohio. Of course, that community came under intense national scrutiny during the presidential debate, dogs and cats, and what J.D. Vance had once falsely claimed. So we're going to go live to Terry Moran there, what voters in that community expect to hear tonight in this vice presidential debate. And then Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, Democrats, Republicans, if they were in J.D. Vance's ear, if they were in Tim Walz's ear, what would they tell both of these gentlemen they have to do tonight? We'll hear from them right after the break. Stay tuned.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in, too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
It's necessary to share your sadness.
People keep asking me, are you 100% ready? But I'm not really.
Don't pressure yourself. When you are ready, let your heart decide.
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability. Patrice always sees the best side of life. I just looked at her and I said, would you like to be my wife?
If you get married and you're collecting a Social Security benefit, your benefit will be cut.
I don't take anything for granted.
I don't see what anyone can see in anyone.
They're never going to stop us from loving each other.
Marvel has done it again.
I never doubted us for a second.
Agatha all along has arrived and is wickedly fun.
A feral, hive-minded coven bent on revenge.
It's deliciously chaotic.
Join me. She's a psycho. I knew you'd figure it out eventually.
And perfect for the Halloween season.
Agatha,
What did you do?
Don't miss Agatha All Along. Now streaming only on Disney+.
Millions took to the high seas for the exciting premiere. And Thursday will make your heart race.
I've got no pulse.
Defib, now, stay with me.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC.
Isn't that our cleaning lady? Not today. You know how when you're living your life, and then all of a sudden you're out there helping cops solve crimes?
How do you do that?
I have an IQ of 160, so that might have something to do with it. You want me to go in there and flip the table over?
no, I do not.
Look,
We're really doing this, huh?
we're doing it.
The Hollywood studio. Want us to make a movie of our podcast?
It's a fabulous cast.
I'm nervous playing you. The fearlessness, the complexity.
Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
I don't need an algorithm to tell me that this is box office gold.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and for bundle subscribers on Disney+.
Tonight, all eyes are on Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. And first thing tomorrow on GMA, real-time reaction from across the country. Will there be a clear winner? GMA tomorrow.
FX presents. FX is the old man. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Reporting from Tel Aviv, I'm Martha Raddatz. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Race for the White House. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back. 29 minutes now until the vice presidential debate. You'll see it live right here on ABC. And of course, this debate taking place as the world witnesses a major escalation in the Middle East. This has become a major story we're also following at this hour. Iran firing more than 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. Now, Israel tonight vowing to strike back. This will no doubt be a question likely early on in this vice presidential debate tonight. Let's go live to Matt Gutman. He's in Tel Aviv. And Matt, any indication tonight from Israel when this retaliation might take place? And what are you learning from your sources as far as what this retaliation could in fact look like?
We got a hint earlier tonight from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, David. He said on television, live, that Iran, quote, made a big mistake and will pay for it. And basically officials here are telegraphing that the response will be ferocious. Remember, in that previous attack in April, about 100 missiles hit. Israel responded by attacking a single Iranian radar station. It will be very different this time. There's mounting pressure on the Israeli government to hit targets, including Iran oil facilities. That could cripple the economy. And for those trying to figure out exactly what's going on, right now, Israel is engaged effectively in war with 3 Iranian proxies, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and the Houthis in Yemen, and, of course, Iran. And all of this is coming during a campaign cycle in which the candidates have avoided talking about specific Middle East policies. But right now, it feels like it's being shoved in the faces of these vice presidential candidates. And as we are in the midst of this retaliatory cycle that seems to have no easy fixes or solutions, David.
Yeah, there's really no way to avoid it at this point, Matt Gutman, at least addressing it politically for both of these campaigns. Matt, thanks. Iran's attack, of course, came after Israel killed the Hezbollah leader in that devastating airstrike in Beirut. Let's get right to our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell. He's been in Beirut for many days now for us. Ian?
Yeah, David, I mean, we've talked about the end of the strikes in Israel, but there have been more strikes ongoing here tonight, but also for the last fortnight across Lebanon. You know, we've been focused on Israel, quite rightly, for the last few hours, but the bombardment in Beirut just hasn't stopped. There have been thousands of Israeli strikes here in the last couple of weeks, and no sign it's ending, especially with Israeli troops now on the ground. We're reporting on hundreds dead, including women and children. You know, the crisis in the Middle East is going to be one of the most, I think, pressing and thorniest foreign policy challenges for whichever team is going to win the election. As you say, the vice presidential candidates are likely to face those questions early on. The events of the last year, and especially just the last few hours, kind of laid bare these deep divisions in this region. I think front and center is going to be Iran and, as Matt said, the proxies, especially here in Lebanon, and the challenges to American power and influence, not just about Israel. For many people in the region, this is about the relationship with America. And it's going to be a foreign policy quagmire that the vice presidential candidates are going to need to demonstrate some knowledge and have some answers about how they deal with a crisis that not only is unlikely to diminish between now and election day, but likely to escalate. David?
No question, foreign policy taking center stage in these final 5 weeks of the campaign. Ian, thank you. Of course, domestic issues will be front and center tonight, too. The economy, immigration, reproductive rights. And the question is whether or not past comments will come up tonight as well. In Springfield, Ohio, that's a community that found itself at the center of a political firestorm. J.D. Vance making false claims about Haitian immigrants in Springfield. Donald Trump doubling down on those claims during the presidential debate. Then came the threats inside that community, and Ohio's own popular Republican governor went there to make it clear that the claims were not true. I want to bring in Terry Moran in Springfield, Ohio tonight. Terry, you've spent some time in that community. You've been talking to voters there. I'm curious what they would like to hear, really, from both campaigns in these final 5 weeks.
Yeah, it's a great question, David, because the people here were really at the center of that firestorm. I've been here a couple of times over the past couple of weeks, and I can tell you no one's eating pets, and not even J.D. Vance is peddling that anymore. But it had that real-world effect. Schools were evacuated from bomb threats. There were kids getting bullied, staying home from school. Extra security flowed here. And people here felt that this city was badly misrepresented by what happened. They know this city has had some tough times. They believe it's on a recovery path, and that is why the Haitians are here, to take jobs, because it's growth here. And what they want is practical, pragmatic solutions to the problems that they face. If there are going to be immigrants in this community that don't speak the language, they need more help with translation. They need more resources for primary care, for school teachers. They want to hear, I think like most Americans do, fewer memes, more solutions.
Fewer memes, more solutions. Terry Moran, that could be a campaign slogan, but that's not our job. Terry Moran live at Ohio Tonight. Terry, thanks. When we come back here, Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, I know they're itching to get into this conversation. They're going to tell us tonight what they would tell both Governor Walz and Senator Vance, what both of those men need to do on that stage tonight. And then this question for you, because we all know how polarized this country is, how divided we are in these times. The sliver of undecideds. You might be asking at home, who's undecided at this point? Well, there are still undecided voters, and you're going to hear from them in just a moment what they want to hear tonight. And this is very eye-opening. We'll get everyone's reaction here to what they say right after the
break. Did you kill Mariota?
Sorry. No, I did not kill Mariota.
How did she die? When the test came back, I thought, holy, are you kidding me?
People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent.
I know it wasn't me. If it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
Let's tell the freaking world.
One of my students is ringworm.
Ringworm?
No, get back. Cancel classes. Burn Abbott down. Hello, Miss Teague.
Hello, Mr. Eddie. Hope your day's going well. HR is here today, so if anyone has something they want to file, raise your hand. Not about me, about other things.
Make some noise!
These are the takeout menus I gave you. Those were suggestions that we should go out to dinner. You're sick.
Write that down.
Come on.
Whoa!
Marvel has done it again.
I never doubted us for a second.
Agatha all along has arrived and is wickedly fun.
A feral, hive-minded coven bent on revenge.
It's deliciously chaotic.
Join me. She's a psycho. I knew you'd figure it out eventually.
And perfect for the Halloween season.
Agatha, what did you do?
Don't miss Agatha All Along. Now streaming only on Disney+.
Get ready to bump
and rock on.
It's a two-night celebration on Dancing with the Stars.
You have the groove. Monday, boogie down with Soul Train Night.
Let's go! Tuesday, we're rocking on Hair Metal Night. What are you doing to me?
Dancing with the Stars two-night event starts Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC and Disney+. Stream next day on Hulu.
Tonight, all eyes are on Tim Walz and JD Vance. And first thing tomorrow on GMA, real-time reaction from across the country, in the battleground states, and inside the campaigns. Will there be a clear winner? GMA tomorrow.
Hey, like $1 million, baby, like $1 million.
More like $1 million pesos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome...
Coming right at us.
Mayday! Mayday!
Athena's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it.
Of course she is.
Hold on!
911, the three-part season premiere event continues Thursday on ABC.
Millions took to the high seas for the exciting premiere. And Thursday will make your heart race.
I've got no pulse.
Defib, now, stay with me.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC.
Race for the White House. Here again, David Muir.
We want to turn back to the voters tonight because it's really all about them and what you want answered, your key issues at home across this country. The whole team is standing by to listen to what you said this time and what you're looking to hear tonight in this vice presidential debate. Let's listen.
The inflation rate for a middle-class person, I literally just got a letter in the mail 2 weeks ago that my car insurance just got approved to be raised 47%.
I'm deeply concerned about women's rights. You know, half our population is female, and how we're protecting women and protecting their ability to make decisions for themselves.
I'm 50 years old. I don't know what I would do if I was denied because of my pre-existing condition. So health care is very important to me.
People are having to work 2 jobs in order to support their family. So I kind of would like to see some of that pressure off of young families.
The price gouging to buy food. Like, you can have a product that's $20 one week, and then the next week it's $50.
We have a tough economy right now, and our small businesses have been dealing with that for quite a while now, and it would be nice to see what type of support our small businesses are going to get.
I'm really tired of the hate and the division. I'd like to see more of a unity.
It's really so impactful to actually hear from voters at home. Martha, you and I have talked about this, going out there doing Made in America, America Strong, and you've traveled to listen to voters during every election. You've done it again this time, and this is what you hear.
This is exactly what you hear, what they want to hear from those candidates, the presidential candidates, the vice presidential candidates, is what are you going to do to make my life better, or make my life easier, or help me find a way to pay for my groceries. They care about the issues, and I think that's so heartening. This isn't all about loud sound bites and everything else. They really care about what affects their lives.
And that's what they're hoping to hear tonight, Lindsay.
Historically, there would be another debate before the election, which the people on the top of the ticket would be able to have the final word. And so I think that's what puts a lot of pressure, and particularly on these vice presidential candidates, to talk about inflation, abortion, pocketbook issues, not pets.
Right. You're exactly right. Like Terry Miranda said, fewer memes, more policy. And Mary, this might explain why the Harris campaign, with the economy speech last week and traveling to the border, because they know people want solutions on the issues.
And those are 2 issues where they know that Donald Trump has been leading, but they see a chance to narrow that gap. You know, Kamala Harris has been out on the trail, and Tim Walz really trying to cast themselves as the candidates for the working class, for the middle class, leaning in to their own middle class roots. And I think you certainly are going to hear Tim Walz do a lot of that tonight.
John Carl, the campaigns are watching that segment right there. They have no time left to get into their candidates' ears, these vice presidential candidates tonight. But again, you got to keep the voters at home in mind.
Yeah, don't speak to the extremes. Our politics are insanely divided. Our Congress is insanely divided. But most voters just want some solutions to their day-to-day problems.
We are just about 17 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. Of course, we're tracking the situation in the Middle East. We're also tracking the situation right here at home, and it could affect the economy, because at this hour, there are tens of thousands of dock workers who are on strike along the East Coast, the Gulf Coast. This walkout started at midnight last night. And of course, as you know at home, this threatens the supply chain, could very well raise prices on the things we all pay for goods across this country. So I want to bring in Elizabeth Schulze tonight. She's at the Port of New York and New Jersey. And Elizabeth, what's the latest in the strike?
Well, look, David, the reality is that this strike is a threat to the economy and to inflation. Those tens of thousands of union dock workers walked off the job. They are picketing here. And at this point, vital ports are at a virtual standstill. This could cost the economy up to $1 billion every day. We've seen major companies like Walmart and Costco already divert shipments to ports on the West Coast to avoid any shortages during the holidays. But as this goes on, it could ultimately result in higher prices for consumers if those companies are paying higher shipping costs, David.
Elizabeth, thank you. This could very well come up tonight. Also expected to come up tonight, obviously, immigration, border security, a key focus of both campaigns. Vice President Kamala Harris, as Mary just mentioned a moment ago, visiting the border at Arizona, arguing that Donald Trump pressured Republicans to tank that first bipartisan border deal in years that would have significantly increased security on the border, so Trump could actually run on the issue. That's what the Harris campaign contends. Maria Villarreal live along the southern border again tonight in Arizona. And Maria, a huge issue for those communities along the border and across the country.
That's absolutely right, David. When it comes to immigration, you know, this is a very important issue to the American people, because it has to do with the safety and security of our country, of our borders, of communities like Nogales, Arizona. And right now, VP Harris, she continues to try and go on the offense on an issue like this where she is vulnerable. She was just here in Arizona, in this region, visiting with community leaders and law enforcement. And she said if she gets elected, she wants to surge resources to the border. She wants to bring 1,500 agents and officers officers here. She wants to bring more fentanyl detecting technology. She also wants stricter asylum policies. And on top of that, she wants to create real pathways to citizenship. But also she talked about that border security bill that you just mentioned. She wants to sign it. This was a border security bill that was torpedoed by Trump because he wanted to run on the issue. Listen, we were with him just last month here in Arizona, and the one thing he centered on was immigration. He talked about, the largest mass deportation operation in American history, but he has yet to talk about how exactly he's going to do that.
Yeah, what it would look like. Maria Villarreal with us on the border. Maria, thank you. Hand in hand with crime in this country, the FBI out with new numbers again just this week after saying last week that the 2023 numbers were down significantly, the most that they've seen in a couple of decades, and are now out with the first look at the first half of 2024. So let's get right to Pierre Thomas on the picture on crime. According to the FBI, what are they saying, Pierre?
David, new data from the FBI shows violent crime dropping dramatically. According to the FBI, murders fell a stunning 11% last year. That's the biggest one-year decline in 20 years. Also down rape, assault, and property crime like burglary and larceny. And there's evidence this trend is continuing. According to preliminary estimates provided by the FBI on Monday, the number of violent crimes and property crimes are down big again this year. This is very similar to data we're seeing from the nation's major police departments. Law enforcement officials say this is real progress, but admit more work needs to be done, David.
All right, we'll see how they tackle the issue tonight. The two vice presidential candidates, again, we're 13 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. Pierre Thomas, thank you. Before we go to break here, real quick to Rachel Scott, because reproductive rights also a huge issue nationally. Both of these campaigns are tackling it in very different ways, obviously. But which of the states and how many of them are battleground states where people will be going to the polls not only on the presidential race, but also on the issue of reproductive rights?
Abortion rights is going to be on the ballot in as many as 10 states this election, including some battleground states, Nevada, Arizona, and all eyes on Florida. Yes, this is a red state. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is very popular here. There's a 6-week abortion ban in this state, but Democrats believe that being on the ballot now puts this in play for them, David.
All right, Rachel Scott with us here. Donna Brazil, Reince Priebus, and the whole powerhouse political team here with one thing to watch going into this debate. A lot of people, so you're going to have a lot of one things. But what Donna and Reince say to look for, the Democratic side, the Republican side, as we head into this debate, what they think their candidate's going to do tonight. In a moment.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
Welcome back.
Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready?
You were pregnant? I keep trying to tell him. I'm gonna sue you.
Your lawyers know where to find me.
It's necessary to share your sadness.
People keep asking me, are you 100% ready? But I'm not really.
Don't pressure yourself. When you are ready, let your heart decide.
It's better to look at the evil than to ignore it, Father.
And what if you enjoy the looking?
In my quiver just thinking about it.
FX's Grotesquerie. All new Wednesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Monday night on ABC.
Oh my gosh.
We're back with the biggest and best season yet.
Oh my God.
The question is,
what would you do?
Premieres Monday night on ABC.
What y'all doing out there?
Check it out.
Taking bribes. Proud of y'all.
We go on and on and on and on and on.
People are into it.
Fire. Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing.
Isn't that our cleaning lady? Not today. You know how when you're living your life, and then all of a sudden you're out there helping cops solve crimes?
We're really doing this, huh?
We're doing it.
Lady Gaga, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and get Kimmel's take on the debate. New tonight on ABC.
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability.
Patrice always sees the best side of life. I just looked at her and I said, would you like to be my wife?
If you get married and you're collecting a Social Security benefit, your benefit will be cut.
I don't take anything for granted.
I don't see what anyone can see in anyone.
They're never gonna stop us from loving each other.
Let me take a look. Millions came aboard for the premiere of Dr. Odyssey. It's scintillating, glam, and gorgeous. Just what the doctor ordered.
Becoming some kind of team, huh?
Thursday, the journey continues.
I love singles week.
Could be a life raft.
There!
She's crashing. Defib, now.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
So I broke the rules. That's what makes me a witch.
Agatha All Along, now streaming.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program.
I'm Matt Gutman in the ruins of Rafah. Wherever the news is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Race for the White House. Here again, David Muir.
8 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. Welcome back to our coverage of the debate right here on ABC. We'll carry the debate live in just minutes from now. Let's bring in former head of the DNC, ABC News contributor Donna Brazile, former chief of staff to Donald Trump, former head of the RNC, ABC News contributor Reince Priebus. So great to see both of you in the double boxes there. It's like unity in America, both of you together. Definitely. Donna, let's start with you. What does Governor Walz need to do tonight?
First of all, he's a very plain spokesperson, so his job tonight is just talk to the American people, have a conversation with them. Don't get into any needless fights with J.D. Vance. And remember that he's a coach. This is third down, and he's so close to deal with the American people. Talk about how you're going to lower costs. Talk about how you're going to fight for their freedoms. And most importantly, talk about our safety and prosperity.
And Donna, I'm going to get you to react to John Carl earlier in the hour when John says, I don't buy all this lowering expectations. John's convinced that Governor Walz is a good debater. He's got experience, and the Harris campaign knows this.
What I do know about him is that he's down to earth, and he's a wonderful person to have a conversation with because you know what? He has heart and he has grit. And when you have heart and grit, you can communicate in a very effective way.
Appreciate that, Donna. Let's get right over to Reince. And Reince, what does J.D. Vance have to accomplish tonight on that stage?
Well, I tell him, be that hillbilly elegy guy, be that polite, kind, humble person that you are. But most importantly, just remember, this is not a debate against Tim Walz. This is about Kamala Harris. And every chance you get, when you answer the question, you pivot back to Kamala Harris and you tie her to Joe Biden. She is getting away with not being the incumbent. Every chance he gets, he has to tie Kamala Harris to Joe Biden. She works in the White House every day. The border's a mess. The economy's a mess. The world's falling apart. What is she doing about this problem when she's in the White House right now, right next to Joe Biden, every single time?
Reince, is this a do no harm moment?
Yeah, I don't think any of these guys are really going to harm themselves. The question is, you know, Tim Walz is going to try to make this about Donald Trump. Vance is going to make it about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Whoever wins that battle, I think, to those undecided voters you were just talking about, that is who will win tonight.
Reince, Donna, always great to have you both. In a moment, there's a picture of Governor Walz. Mary Bruce just showed it to me on her phone that's just come in tonight. The story behind it, kind of surprising. A little bit. Just outside the door here in Central Park. That's the clue. We'll be right back just minutes away from the vice presidential debate. We're Carrie Live here on ABC.
Monday night on ABC.
Oh my gosh.
We're back with the biggest and best season yet.
Oh, no way.
John Fiona's here.
What would you do?
Here we go.
So the question is,
what would you do?
You see somebody in trouble, try to help. Can I give you a hug? Is that okay?
You have tears in your eyes.
Thank you for standing up for us.
Oh my God! Look at John! It's what would you do? I'm on it, girl.
Premieres Monday night on ABC.
SoCal Tower is some kind of insect. That's a beast. Oh, no!
That plane's coming right at us.
Mayday! Mayday!
Thursday, brace yourself. The riveting 911 three-part season premiere event continues.
Athena's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it.
Of course she is.
911
911, the 3-part season premiere event continues Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Things have changed.
What does that mean?
It means everyone is vulnerable. I know for a fact there's something else at work here.
When you put blood on the ground, there's no going back from it.
FX is the old man. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
What y'all doing out there?
Check it out.
Taking bribes. Proud of y'all.
We go on and on and on and on and on.
People are into it.
Fire.
Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Isn't that our cleaning lady? Not today. You know how when you're living your life, and then all of a sudden you're out there helping cops solve crimes?
How do you do that?
I have an IQ of 160, so that might have something to do with it. You want me to go in there and flip the table over?
No, I do not.
Look.
We're really doing this, huh?
We're doing it.
Tonight, all eyes are on Tim Walz and JD Vance. And first thing tomorrow on GMA, real-time reaction from across the country, in the battleground states, and inside the campaigns. Will there be a clear winner? GMA tomorrow.
It's necessary to share your sadness.
People keep asking me, are you 100% ready? But I'm not really.
Don't pressure yourself. When you are ready, let your heart decide. Let me take a look.
Millions came aboard for the premiere of Dr. Odyssey. It's scintillating, glam, and gorgeous. Just what the doctor ordered.
Becoming some kind of team, huh?
Thursday, the journey continues.
I love singles week.
Could be a life raft. There! She's crashing. Defib, now.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Tonight, let's get right to our political powerhouse team. About 2.5 minutes to go. Mary Bruce, there's a picture floating on the internet that might be Governor Walz.
Yeah, we haven't confirmed that it is in fact him in this picture, but the campaign does tell me that he did go out for a jog this afternoon through Central Park. A reporter spotted him apparently there with the Secret Service behind him, undetected, it appears, by everyone around him. Perhaps a chance to shake off those nerves. And David, I'm going to outsource my final thought here because Kamala Harris has just tweeted. She says, Tim Walz, it is game time. I'm excited for the country to see you in action.
It'll be time to put the suit back on. All right, John Carl, what are you looking for tonight?
Well, I'm looking for, does J.D. Vance do anything to appeal beyond the MAGA base? He is a Trump guy. That's why he was chosen. Does he try to appeal to the middle? And, you know, Walz has not done a single national television solo interview since he became the nominee. I'm looking to how he does now that he's finally answering questions after the convention.
Yeah, they told us that he had used a teleprompter before, but Martha Raddatz, who saw him at the convention, he did just fine with the prompter.
He did, and I'll say what I'm looking for tonight. Is it the offensive line coach or the defensive line coach? Is he just blocking those tackles, or is he making a positive new case for Kamala Harris?
Lindsay Davis?
Style and substance. You know, a quarter of Americans apparently say they don't know who they are. Tell us who you are, what you stand for. Could you step in and be president?
You sound like someone who's moderated a debate. Thanks to the whole team. We're going to carry the vice presidential debate right here on ABC. We're just moments away. Don't go anywhere. It's a big night in this race for president. Tonight, the vice presidential debate. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, and the stakes could not be higher in a presidential race that is a dead heat. Our coverage of the vice presidential debate begins right now.
This is an ABC News special. Harris-Walz, Trump-Vance. Now, just 5 weeks before Election Day and early voting underway, the race couldn't be closer. Right now, the running mates debate in the race for the White House. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening again, everyone. We are now just moments away from the first and only vice presidential debate between Governor Tim Walz and Senator J.D. Vance. Election day now just 35 days away. Early voting now underway. And Kamala Harris and Donald Trump within a point of each other in several of the key battleground states that will decide this election. Tonight's high-stakes matchup between their running mates likely to be consequential. Any movement in this race could make a real difference. Let's listen to the CBS debate.
Presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true. Just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science, let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve. The governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would through executive action, solve this? Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you,
Margaret. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago. He said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this, so I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
Well, I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel, outside the Gaza Strip, in Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Let's tell the freaking world.
One of my students is ringworm.
Ringworm?
No, get back. Cancel classes. Burn Abbott down. Hello, Miss Teagues.
Hello, Mr. Eddie. Hope your day's going well. HR is here today, so if anyone has something they want to file, raise your hand. Not about me, about other things.
Make some noise.
These are the takeout menus I gave you.
Those were suggestions that we should go out to dinner. You're sick.
Write that down.
Come on.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Follow this version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in.
Second that.
This is going to be must-see TV.
And so much could happen.
Things have changed.
What does that mean?
It means everyone is vulnerable. I know for a fact there's something else at work here.
When you put blood on the ground, there's no going back from it.
FX is the old man. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
Millions took to the high seas for the exciting premiere, and Thursday will make your heart race.
I've got no pulse.
Defib, now, stay with me.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Get ready to bump
And rock on.
It's a 2-night celebration on Dancing with the Stars.
You have the groove.
Monday, boogie down with Soul Train Night.
Tuesday, we're rocking on Hair Metal Night. What are you doing to me?
Dancing with the Stars 2-night event starts Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC and Disney+. Stream next day on Hulu.
Welcome back.
Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready?
You were pregnant? I keep trying to tell him. I'm gonna sue you.
Your lawyers know where to find me.
Reporting on Hurricane Helene from Tampa Bay, I'm Whit Johnson. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Abbott Elementary returns October 9th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with, but the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah. Governor, we will get to you in a moment, but Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course,
migrants,
that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, At the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. You think about healthcare, you go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is... So you think the
individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day-one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, For how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, Those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag. Several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state Capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this, he lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
SoCal Tower, it's some kind of insect. That's a beast. Oh, no!
That plane's coming right at us.
Mayday! Mayday!
Thursday, brace yourself. The riveting 911 three-part season premiere event continues.
Athena's on that flight, isn't she?
She's flying it.
Of course she is.
Hold on!
911, the three-part season premiere event continues Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Did you kill Mariota?
Sorry. No, I did not kill Mariota.
How did she die?
When the test came back, I thought, yo, holy, are you kidding me?
People think she's innocent. I think she's guilty.
I'm not buying this Little Miss Innocent game.
Little Miss Innocent.
I know it wasn't me. If it wasn't me, who was it?
Only on Hulu.
Isn't that our cleaning lady? Not today. You know how when you're living your life, and then all of a sudden you're out there helping cops solve crimes?
How do you do that?
I have an IQ of 160, so that might have something to do with it. You want me to go in there and flip the table over?
No, I do not.
Look,
We're really doing this, huh?
we're doing it.
It's better to look at the evil than to ignore it, Father.
And what if you enjoy the looking?
In my quiver just thinking about it.
FX's Grotesquerie. All new Wednesdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
It's necessary to share your sadness.
People keep asking me, are you 100% ready? But I'm not really.
Don't pressure yourself. When you are ready, let your heart decide.
Tonight, all eyes are on Tim Walz and J.D. Vance. And first thing tomorrow on GMA, real-time reaction from across the country, in the battleground states, and inside the campaigns. Will there be a clear winner? GMA tomorrow.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC.
Abbott Elementary returns October 9th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Marvel has done it again.
I never doubted us for a second.
Agatha All Along has arrived and is wickedly fun.
A feral, hive-minded coven bent on revenge.
It's deliciously chaotic.
Join me. She's a psycho. I knew you'd figure it out eventually.
And perfect for the Halloween season.
Agatha, what did you do?
Don't miss Agatha All Along. Now streaming only on Disney+.
A Hollywood studio. Want us to make a movie of our podcast? It's a fabulous cast.
Action. I'm nervous playing you. The fearlessness, the complexity.
Oh, stop. Unless you had more to say.
I don't need an algorithm to tell me that this is box office gold.
Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and for bundle subscribers on Disney+.
Lady Gaga, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and get Kimmel's take on the debate. New tonight on ABC.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statements. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
There you have it. Back to ABC News live coverage of the vice presidential debate tonight. There you see J.D. Vance, Governor Walz shaking hands. They shook hands at the beginning of this debate as well. 90 minutes between them talking about the Middle East, the situation, the tensions that we've watched unfold. Israel now vowing to retaliate against Iran, foreign policy at large. They also talked about immigration, border security, economy, inflation in this country, housing, democracy, peaceful transfer of power. At the end, they had a lengthy debate on January 6th and looking back and what actually happened in this country. 90 minutes between these two gentlemen. Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign tonight? What did they make of his performance, Governor Walz?
Look, I think that especially at the beginning, there may have been some truth to the concerns from the campaign. That Governor Walz had some nerves going on. It certainly seemed to take him a little while to hit his stride there. I think the campaign does feel, though, that once he did get into that stride, that his plain-spoken style certainly resonates. They feel that he did a good job hitting the issues, articulating the issues, and they feel he did a good job constantly linking back to Donald Trump. At several points even, highlighting daylight between what Vance was arguing and what Donald Trump stands for. They especially feel that moment at the end where Vance was describing what happened on January 6th and his refusal to say, who won the election, that was a strong moment for the Harris-Walz ticket. I will say, you did see over and over again Senator Vance trying to argue back that Kamala Harris is still in office and that she should have done all of these things over the last 3.5, 4 years. It's unclear whether that will resonate, but it is interesting that you constantly heard J.D. Vance going back and arguing that she's not the change candidate because she's currently in office, trying to get at that central argument of the Harris-Walz ticket. But there's a reason that I think the old adage of VP debates is do no harm. They certainly feel that Walz did not do that he did a good job at articulating the case and presenting the issues at the heart of their campaign.
John, you heard what the Harris campaign is saying tonight, that the January 6th moment, they believe, was one of the strongest moments for Governor Walz that came well into this debate.
90 minutes in by my count.
But it was still quite a moment.
It was, but first, David, I got to say, I think that Walz did seem unsteady. And frankly, what I saw in Walz is somebody who has not faced questions on a national stage since he became the Democratic nominee. He was simply out of practice. I mean, I don't know why they've done it, but they've kept him out of the limelight. They've kept him away from reporters. They haven't had him do any interviews, and he was clearly unsteady through much of that debate. And in contrast, J.D. Vance was very smooth. He took the arguments not to Walz. He was very respectful of Walz, took it to Kamala Harris. Overall, a tone of civility in this debate, in an election that has been anything but civil.
I was struck on that point, though, John. Repeatedly, both of them said to each other, well, I appreciate what you just said there, and then went to sort of claim their separate stances on whatever the issue was in the moment. But they said it a number of times in different ways, but both acknowledging the other standing on that stage.
Yeah, and you just don't hear that anymore. And J.D. Vance did a very good job on taking the policy questions, including ones that were going to be very difficult for him, and pivoted back to make the points he wanted to make. But at the end of the debate, 90 minutes in, a reminder that this is not a normal election. This is not simply an election that is about policy debates. This is an election that features a candidate who is trying to return to office after having refused to accept the defeat in the last election and trying to overturn a Democratic presidential election, something we've never seen in this country through our 258 years, or however many years. It was striking to me that we didn't hear the words mentioned Mike Pence. Mike Pence, who, of course, was Donald Trump's vice president. Mike Pence, who is not supporting Donald Trump, in large part because Donald Trump, on January 6th, helped to unleash a mob that attacked the Capitol that went literally to chants of hang Mike Pence, calling for the execution of Mike Pence because he refused to go along with Donald Trump's attempts to illegally overturn that election. So when it finally came up, you heard from J.D. Vance. Again, a reminder, not a policy debate here. J.D. Vance has said that he would not do what Mike Pence did, that he would not have stood up to Donald Trump, that he would have done what Donald Trump wanted him to do. And he reiterated that, and that was, I think, a very important moment, but it came at the very end of this debate.
Which is why the Harris campaign is bringing that to your attention, and other reporters as well. Rachel Scott, what does the Trump campaign think about J.D. Vance, and in particular, the former president, who was also on social media tonight during the debate?
Yeah, former President Donald Trump was watching this live in real time. He said right before the debate that he would call out his own running mate if he made a mistake. Tonight, the former president is calling this a steady and strong performance by his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. He mocked Governor Tim Walz, calling him nervous at some points. The amount of pressure that was on Senator J.D. Vance heading into this was also remarkable here, because the campaign is keenly aware that Senator J.D. Vance does not have notably high favorability approval ratings when it comes to how he's viewed by the American people, given all those controversial headlines about him. So yes, the goal here was to defend Donald Trump, but in a way was also try to reach across the aisle to appeal maybe to some of those undecided voters. And I think there were a few points where that came across tonight, especially on the issue of abortion rights. Here you had Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, a state that actually voted in favor of protecting abortion rights, rights against his own viewpoint. And he said that Republicans need to do a better job on this issue, that they need to earn the trust of American voters on this issue. That's not something that we're hearing very many Republicans going around saying, especially given that Donald Trump appointed three of the Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. Lastly, David, on this point, I was texting with some Republicans over on Capitol Hill. You know, the last debate, I think a lot of Republicans felt like there was this missed opportunity for Donald Trump in which he was not going back to Vice President Kamala Harris and saying, you are in the White House right now with President Biden. Why didn't you do this now when you had the chance? Tonight, Vance did that.
Lindsay, I was struck by that as well. I think it was something that the team working with Donald Trump had hoped he had done during the presidential debate more than he did. J.D. Vance said it repeatedly tonight, saying, listen, she's had nearly 4 years to do that as vice president. Why hasn't she?
I feel like that was really effective. But I think overall tonight, if you're an undecided voter in America, I don't know that you come away with tonight with an additional clarity. It kind of reminded me of the June 27th debate when Kamala Harris that night said of Joe Biden, it was a slow start, but a strong finish. And that's how I felt that Tim Walz kind of did tonight. You know, to use Tim Walz's own words, I mean, a lot about this debate tonight was weird. There were uncomfortable, cringy moments. But overall, I think my takeaway was something that Reince Priebus said on the outset, which was that J.D. Vance needed to come away as that humble, likable guy from Hillbilly Elegy. It seemed like he did perhaps get some points in that
Lindsay,
area.
let me take it right to Reince Priebus. You bring him up. We got 30 seconds for you and Donna tonight. Reince, your reaction? How did he do, your candidate, J.D. Vance?
I thought he did really well. He did exactly as Lindsay said. But most importantly, he went head on against this narrative that he's this snarky, unlikable guy. And he talked about the American dream and his life in the beginning and the end. Walz lied about Tiananmen Square, and he couldn't get his story straight. So I thought he did wonderfully tonight.
And Donna Brazil, your reaction? How did you think Governor Walz did?
Well, you know, as a school teacher, I thought he did very well. He deserved high marks for explaining sometime the difficulty of trying to figure out where J.D. Vance and Donald Trump stands on the important issues. Look, the governor had to do one thing tonight, and that was to close the deal with voters. And I think he did that for Kamala Harris.
Donna Brazil, our thanks to you. Martha, do you think the voters heard enough about the issues and real solutions?
Boy, we talked to those voters earlier tonight. They heard everything they would want to hear, I would assume, about those issues, because as we've all said tonight, it was a very civil debate. No real strong attacks.
We'll be right back with the final thought right after the break.
Monday night on ABC.
Oh my gosh.
We're back with the biggest and best season yet.
Oh my God.
The question is,
what would you do?
Premieres Monday night on ABC.
Let me take a look.
Millions came aboard for the premiere of Dr. Odyssey. It's scintillating, glam, and gorgeous. Just what the doctor ordered.
Becoming some kind of team, huh?
Thursday, the journey continues.
I love singles week.
Could be a life raft.
There.
She's crashing. Defib, now.
Dr. Odyssey, new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation. Is this our combat operations center? We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag
Not okay, ain't it?
How important it made the USA. Great work. Hi. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hey, like a million bucks, baby. Like a million bucks.
Like a million pesos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability. Patrice always sees the best side of life. I just looked at her and I said, would you like to be my wife?
If you get married and you're collecting a Social Security benefit, your benefit will be cut.
I don't take anything for granted.
I don't see what anyone can see in anyone.
They're never going to stop us from loving each other.
Isn't that our cleaning lady? Not today.
You know how when you're living your life, and then all of a sudden you're out there helping cops solve crimes?
We're really doing this, huh?
We're doing it.
Things have changed.
What does that mean?
It means everyone is vulnerable. I know for a fact there's something else at work here.
When you put blood on the ground, there's no going back from it.
FX is the old man. All new Thursdays at 10 on FX. Stream on Hulu.
There are secrets buried beneath this place. Agatha, what is happening? Witchcraft.
The bodies are really piling up.
Feels so good.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program.
If you're counting 35 days now until the presidential election, obviously early voting already underway in this presidential race that truly is a dead heat, and the battlegrounds very close tonight. Our coverage is going to continue the vice presidential debate on ABC News Live with Lindsay and on Nightline. I'll see you tomorrow for World News Tonight. Good night.
Tonight, the first and only vice presidential debate.
It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both